be crowned with Shinies. Prepare for the fated fantasy.
All right, and we are live. Welcome to the Fated Fantasy Competition. I'm your host, Kaufman, and we are here for the second day of this fantasy and romance competition as we read the next 6 stories of the semifinalists. We're going to be doing live voting. Which parts of the stories are your favorite and what awards should we be giving to the semifinalists? You're going to be able to help us vote, so make sure to stick around. We got games, we got discussions, and then make sure you stick around till the end because we're going to be having the live finalist face-off, the showdown, where the top 4 finalists are going to be rejudged through their stories through a new live judging segment where we're going to bring on brand new judges and be talking through these top 4 stories and awarding them a new score that's going to help us determine the top 1, 2 winners of the Fated Fantasy Competition. Those of you know me as Kaufman. I like scarecrows and putting a dragon on things and maybe writing on occasion. Welcome to the community. Welcome to WriteNow. I'm so excited to have you. And as you can see, I'm joined by my fellow co-hosts. I'll let each of them introduce themselves. Handing it over to you, Rach.
Hello, I am Rach, according to the author community, and Rachel D. Adams. As an author, I write paranormal romance, urban fantasy, fantasy horror, a little bit of everything, and I also help boost other authors and help them get their careers going.
Excellent. And Holly, I'll throw it over to you.
Hi guys, I'm Holly. You can find me as Write Holly Davis on the interwebs. I'm the author of A Diamond Bright and Broken, which is a YA fantasy. I'm also the host of the Diversity is Lit book club, where we read one book by a BIPOC author every month and discuss it on my YouTube channel. I'm happy to be here for day 2.
Woo. All right, and JL.
Hello, I'm JLD. I'm an author of a spicy romance, mostly contemporary, but I am going to be releasing a science fiction romance coming up, and I've got a romantasy in the pipeline, so I'm really looking forward to the rest of the stories today.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us, my friends. And I see so much enthusiasm in the chat already. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Welcome, Natalie, Megan, Cass. I was like, I see so many friendly faces in here. How are you guys feeling about today? I would love to hear your thoughts. Drop them in the comment. Who's excited for some stories? Oh, my co-host. Can you guys believe that we're already at day 2?
Woohoo!
Wild.
I know.
It. This is awesome. I'm excited for the judging and seeing like who wins. I'm dying to death. I want to know.
Me too.
I know everybody's been like so looking forward to not only the rest of the stories being heard, but who made the finals. It's like it's
Exactly.
so yeah. And then for the top 4 that did, then we get to take them through another round of a live discussion. So I'm excited. I'm nervous just because I don't know how the discussion's going to go, but it is so close. It's like crazy close. Like all of them are off by like points. I'm like, oh man. And that's how you know that it's a good story. That's how you know that we have so many talented writers here in the community. So definitely really looking forward to that. For anybody who missed out on yesterday was the first day of this Fated Fantasy competition where we had writers from all over the community submit stories to that went through a blind grading format that was narrowed down to the top 12 semifinalists who then made it into the competition, and not only made it into the competition, but are also eligible to be part of the Fated Fantasy Anthology, which we will be revealing the details and talking through that in the weeks after the competition. But so exciting, very, very cool. And then I know yesterday we had a bunch of winners of different prizes that we gave out. And maybe if we're lucky, we'll be able to call Mr. Crow back today. Maybe we can call him back from the sky. think I was like dying. I was like, Mr. Crow is Mr. Crow's quite a character.
You got a jump scare yesterday, didn't you?
I did.
Kind of
Don't
sassy.
mention the R word.
Absolutely, I know. Don't mention the R word. For anybody who doesn't know, there seems to Mr. Crow seems to have a rival, and they start with an R. I think that's all I can say without without getting in trouble. Oh man, so how'd you guys feel yesterday it turned out?
Oh, I was amazed with the stories and
Mhm.
everybody in chat getting involved. I really loved that part. Seeing everybody's comments and takes on everything.
It went real smooth. I loved everybody's comments. The conversation was good. And I really, honestly, one of my favorite parts, besides hearing the stories, was chatting with the authors who read the stories and getting that kind of fresh take on them. And that was wonderful.
Yeah, I did all of that. And then seeing the superlatives too, having everyone get to vote.
That was so fun.
Yeah, that was really cool to see what everyone picked for each story. And yeah, that was exciting.
Yeah, I feel like we had some really, really great discussions yesterday. I know for myself, who hadn't have even fully read all of the stories, I'm just like, yes, I know we have such talented writers in the community.
Right?
And I just like, I don't know what to expect from the stories today. I was like, okay, for anybody who missed out on yesterday's competition, of course, if you missed out, everything's linked down in the YouTube description down below, so you'll be able to catch up on yesterday as well. But I want to say we went through a hunt for a djinn. I was like, make sure I can get all this. We got some Egyptian cats, some Egyptian gods and goddesses. Let's see. We did a Little Shop of Horrors. We got this like really cool fantasy like plant, and then what else? What else did we get? We had
Shapeshifters.
Yes, we're wolf shapeshifters. That's right. Don't be
With an allergy problem.
wolf
Full-on allergy mode.
And then we had true love as they tried to reach heaven's door. And then we had the bells. What an interesting twist on the bell maker's daughter. Wow. I was like, I don't even know how some of these writers came up with these concepts because they're just so clever. They're so clever. So I really, 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 really have to applaud and really commend all of the writers who submitted. All right. And let's see. So with that, it would probably be a good idea. What I'll do is I'll pull up the schedule for today. Bear with me just one second.
I would like to know more about the source of inspiration from some of these writers. Like, well, all of them, not some, like all the writers. I want to know where they're like. I would love it if you guys maybe in the Discord could say, "Oh, this is what made me think of." Da da da, and that's how the story came to be. And when you guys gave me, because we gave them prompts and they had to work from those. But also, it's funny because sometimes you could just be walking down the street and something catches your eye, and you're like, your brain just takes off, and it's completely random. And I wonder if, like, I'm so curious to know what the inspirational sources were.
And if they're not in Discord, if they could put it in the comments, because the videos are going to stay up. And just, I would really like to know that too, because I mean, when you've got the same prompts, but you get such stories that are so different.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
The variety is astounding.
Yeah, we would love to hear that. Actually, I like don't. And this is why I'm always curious, because people have such crazy, unique stories, and I don't know where the inspiration comes from some of these. I'm like, okay, is it like what you've watched? Is it like your life experience? Is it just like the music in your heart? I don't know. Mine came from the music in my heart. So there was where Scarecrow came from. And for those of you just tuning in, so this is our schedule for the day. So for those of you, we will be kicking it off with Echo After Silence, Raine's Fire, and To Feel the Sun Again. We're going to be doing some Shinies with Mr. Crow, if we can call Mr. Crow from the skies again. We'll see if he's not too busy fending off the R word. or chasing mice. I guess we'll find out. And then we're going to be wrapping up the last 3 stories with Grimoire's Vow, The Divine Move, and Out of Touch before we hop into some more voting and the Finalist Showdown. So that's going to be super exciting. And I think we're ready. You guys ready to hear some stories?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, and let's hop right into it. So we're going to kick off with our first story. Okay, and this is going to be introduced by our guest reader, Rita Slanina. Rita is a multifaceted creative force, actress, author, singer-songwriter, and entrepreneur, known for her dynamic presence across entertainment and literary spheres. Her breakout novel, Harbor Excursions, launched a compelling novella series that blends romance with suspense. Beyond fiction, Slanina has authored several lifestyle guides, journals, and planners. She is a successful actress and remains active in the AuthorTube and creative community. I write to taste the truth in fiction, the kind that hides in heartbeats, chaos, and cliffhangers. Stories should feel like the secrets you're lucky to overhear. Without further ado, let me welcome to the stage author Rita Slanina. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Rita. It is so great to have you.
Thank you
It's
for
so
having me.
great. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you? This is so exciting. I'm so excited to do this.
I know it's interesting because I get to meet so many different authors through the AuthorTube community, and you're one of the authors I've always wanted to hop on stream with because your energy is just always so awesome.
Oh my gosh, yours is too. I've seen some of your streams and you're so fun and engaging, and I'm gonna fawn all over you for all
Well, I think right now, I think we're both going to fawn over some echo after silence. So we're going to get, ooh, I love it. I love it.
I went old school and I printed it out.
Perfect. Wonderful. So we're going to have an excellent reading. So we're going to hop into the reading right now. So make sure to kick back, relax, listen in. And if you like something about it, drop a comment. Let us know. And then stick around because we're going to be discussing the story with our co-host right after the reading. All right. And here we go. Let's see. We don't need this. Make sure. All right. And here we go. So, Rita, I am all set. I'm
Okay.
going to hop off the stream. You're welcome to start whenever you're ready.
Okay, we're reading Echo After Silence. A name can echo louder than a goodbye. Author Silas Inkwood. Sitting before the two families, beneath the glittering chandelier and the weight of so many poised, perfect faces, Tomo felt his smile settled like a mask. Beside him sat the white-haired prince, his friend, his fiancé, draped in a familiar finery that, tonight, felt foreign. Tomo, are you all right? The prince murmured. You seem quiet tonight. Tomo turned to him. Of course, Rosin. Just tired, that's all. Rosin hummed, reached up to tuck a stray lock of hair behind Tomo's ear. His touch lingered, fingers brushing the dark patch across Tomo's cheek. Would you like to end this early and rest? Tomo chuckled, leaning into the touch. No, I'm fine. I can last a while longer. I'd love to rest, but this is for Rosin too. I've endured this engagement for 2 years. I can endure another night. Rosin's hand lingered a moment longer before he turned to greet an approaching woman, his princely smile slipping effortlessly back into place. Tomo let the conversations blur around him as his gaze drifted across the room. Silk dresses shimmered, velvet jackets gleamed, scarves of fine satin caught the candlelight. The highborn were striking, white hair, olive skin, eyes in the shades of gold, silver, sapphire, and jade. All elegance, all spectacle. Yet none could compare to Rosin. Among them moved quieter figures, beige, black, white, gray. The bonded passed like shadows, servants gliding the trays of wine and sweets, slipping away with emptied glasses. One passed close. The Tomo glimpsed his reflection in the curve of a glass. White hair, the mark of the highborn, tawny eyes, the familiar dark patch across his left cheek and brow. But the rest of him, freckled, fair-skinned, gave him away, a reminder that he was neither one of them nor fully apart. Just enough to be displayed, never enough to belong. I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them, even if I'm dressed the part. The black jacket, red cravat, and white shirt helped him blend in, at least from a distance. Tomo, dear, Rosin said gently, reaching to squeeze his hand. I think we should go. You've had enough of this. His words were low, meant only for Tomo's ears. Tomo met his gaze and nodded. Yes, I have. I'm not used to this like you are, as if I ever would be. I will soon, Tomo said, forcing a smile. Right now, I want to be with you. Who would send a letter at this hour? I'll worry about that later. Rosin's grin gleamed, his white teeth bright against pale skin. You'll have all the time you want when we wed in a month. 2 weeks, just us. Tomo's smile felt fragile. Of course. I'm looking forward to that. It was true. He wasn't afraid of time with Rosin. It was what came next that haunted him. He leaned in for a kiss, but a woman's presence shifted the moment. Rosin, your Uncle Golan wishes to speak with you. She glided forward, her silver white gown barely stirring. Rosin sighed, slipping his hand from Tomo's shoulder. Coming, mother, he smiled softly. Rest well. I'll join you later. Then he melted back into the ballroom crowd. Tomo waited for their footsteps to fade, then slipped away down the hall. His heels clicked crisply against marble, echoing beneath gold-trimmed walls. He passed a bearer of bonded with a nod, then ducked through a dark wooden archway. Moonlight bathed the garden despite the late hour. White irises glowing softly. The water shimmered like glass. Palm trees, rare here, towered above fragrant bushes clustered around their trunks. Flowers crowded every path, heavy with scent. On a secluded bench, Tomo drew a slow breath and unfolded the letter. Tomo, I want to see you again. Please? Meet me under the crescent arch before the moon high. K.E.L. A grin broke across his face, heart pounding wildly. He glanced up at the sky, then hissed, Fuck, I don't have long. He rose too fast, nearly tripping on his coat hem, then forced himself into a composed stride, ignoring the heat blooming across his skin. Of all nights to show up, tonight? He'd seen Kael so little. 3 months since their last meeting. He wouldn't miss this. He didn't see the shadow until too late. Startled, he squeaked as a tall man dropped in front of him, nearly knocking him down. The crescent arch threw a wide shadow, but the man's eyes gleamed brightly through it. "I thought I was going to have to fetch you," the man said, grinning. Tomo sighed, raking his hand through his hair. "Kael, fuck, don't do that." His heart thudded near, and excitement tangled like vines. But he finally felt as if he could breathe. Kael chuckled, the sound low and rich. "My apologies, little prince," he said, voice mockingly formal. "Didn't realize your constitution was so fragile." Tomo groaned, shoving him lightly. Kael didn't budge. "Oh, shut up. And don't talk like that. I hear enough noble speak as it is." Living here for years, he'd heard it non-stop, except when the Zara visited. Kael wrapped his arm around him, pulling Tomo against his chest. "Sorry, truly." "Why are you here?" Tomo asked after his heart calmed. "Shouldn't you be, I don't know, trying to kick some poor merchant out of their wares?" Kael rolled his eyes. "Why bother with the merchant when I can just trick you again?" Tomo flushed at the smirk on his face. You. I wasn't tricked. You caught me off guard, that's all." He turned away. "Besides, I still have the bracelet." His fingers curled around it instinctively, twisting it on his wrist. He clearly recalled Kael's initial enthusiasm and sudden, unexpected disinterest. "Well, because it looks better on you than it does me. What are you doing here anyway?" Kael scoffed, releasing him to cross his arms. "You're celebrating getting married, aren't you? Can I come and offer my wishes?" He reached out, tilting Tomo's chin up. Also, it felt wrong to leave without a goodbye. Tomo froze, breath catching. "Wait, leave? You're leaving?" His voice cracked like glass. Kael nodded. "Yes. My caravans decided to move on. South, maybe. Somewhere quieter." The Zara leaving wasn't news. They were nomads. But leaving the city? That meant something else. That meant gone. "When? When will you be back?" Tomo's voice shook. "Please, no." "Don't go." The words were stuck in his throat, but he bit them back. Kael sighed, turning away. "We aren't coming back, little Nay." He paused. "Probably never." Tomo's gaze landed on the braid hanging down the back of Kael's head, tightly bound with a very pale, faded yellow. The end looped into a knot he didn't recognize. Unfamiliar, wrong, final. A knot that meant something he hadn't been taught, but felt in his chest all the same. Every part of him ached to reach out, to take hold of it and unravel the meaning, to say, "Don't go." But he wasn't Zara. He didn't have the right. "Then why?" he asked, voice thick. "Why tell me? Why come here, tonight? Just to say goodbye?" The words rasped out. He wiped his eyes with the heel of his hand. Keel half turned, his face caught in silver moonlight. Because I owed you the truth. Because I couldn't leave without seeing you. And because you're not easy to forget, Tomo. Not for me. Tomo reached out, just a hand, just a touch, but Ka'il moved it away before it could land. Ka'il, please. If we come back this way, Ka'il said, voice carefully even, I might come see you. Nain val sai tren halim, Tomo. Then he turned and walked away, vanishing down the garden path before Tomo could even think to follow. A pale shape swooped down and followed him, the call of a night bird breaking the silence. Tomo stood alone beneath the arch, numbly staring at the bend in the path. Nain val sin tren halim. His final... It wasn't just the silence that shattered. He stood there, the moonlight shadows crawling across the ground, but a hand on his shoulder made him jump. Rosin met his gaze, concern palpable. Dear, what are you doing out here? He took Tomo's elbow, guiding him back toward the looming mansion. Tomo didn't resist. The truth caught in his throat. Is something going on, Rosin? Asked as they reached the glass doorway to their quarters. It opened to the garden, a blessing and a curse. Leaving Tomo to sit on the edge of the bed, Rosin brushed past the dark patch on his cheek. You look like you've seen a spirit. Tomo didn't meet his gaze, looking out into the garden. Rosin cupped his chin. Tomo, look at me. He reluctantly did. He could see the grief in his own eyes, reflected in Rosin's. Do you truly want this? Rosin asked, voice firm. I know our families arranged this, and neither of us have complained, but in the since you've come back from the Goddard Hill, you've not been the same. Tomo shut his eyes, the tombstone, the carved raven, the wind fighting him all the way home. That was my mother's grave, he hedged. Rosin gave quite a scoff. You've been there before and never come back looking like this. Like the wind tore you apart and left you hollow. He tucked a lock of hair behind Tomo's ear. What happened tonight? I don't want to do this, Tomo whispered. Then don't. Rosin's voice cracked at the whip. If your heart lies elsewhere, I won't keep you caged, Ka'ilil. Tomo leaned into his hand, then hesitated. Why do you call me that? You've only done it since the engagement. It means little jewel, Rosin said softly, because that's what you are. Precious, beautiful, something to be treasured. Tomo bit his lip. Do you know the word nay? Rosin's smile faded. Yes. It's an old Zara word. What? Tomo stared past him, chest tight. I heard one of the bonded say it once. Rosin dropped his hand. Unusual, that. The only time nay is used is to describe love. It means something like echo. His voice sharpened. Tomo, did someone call you that? He closed his eyes and nodded. Yes, Only once. Rosin stood, turning for the door. I'm going to speak with Mother for a while. Then, glancing back, he said, You know about the echoes, right? Tomo looked at him, confused. Echoes come back. With a final glance, Rosin left. Tomo stared at him, the words ringing in his ears. The room was still. No chandeliers, no whispered expectations, only the garden wind whispering through the open glass. He turned, his eyes fell on the outfit laid across the bed, simple, light, not something a highborn wore. The kind of thing you wear when you weren't coming back. That was good. That was a deep one.
Wow, that was really, really good. Oh my goodness. What a great story over there. I
felt so lucky getting this story. It felt so good.
I know. So after hearing Echo After Silence, chat, what did you think? Did you feel that the chemistry was so vibrant, it was so real? We want to hear from you. Drop a comment. Wow, and I'm not even a romance reader, and I felt like I was like down for their romance. That was
This was right up my alley for sure.
wow. How did it feel reading it?
Oh gosh. So when the lover comes back out of nowhere after Tomo's just kind of been over it or at least made peace with it. That's what hit me the strongest because of course that's when that happens, right? You're like, I've made peace. I'm in this arranged marriage or I'm getting ready to get married to someone. Look, that's just the past. And then the past comes back to haunt you. And then to be described as an echo that always comes back. Like
I
that
know.
really clenched it at the end because I went, so that was that last return, that echo coming back to just that one last bloop. Like, poor Tomo.
That metaphor, like the symbolism behind that was so real. And I felt like I was fully engaged in their relationship. And then that twist at the end, it was so heart moving. It really, really was.
And then for Rosin to be able to call out Tomo's vibe and energy returning from the cemetery or the gravestone of his mother going, well, hey, whoa. You don't normally look like that when you come back. So something's different. Like I'm feeling this.
Oh man.
Well, who doesn't love a juicy love triangle? The will they, won't they? And you're wondering who will they choose? And
I want to know more.
I know, right? Yeah, totally. And I also love kind of like the special language between them, the pet names, I'm such a sucker for that with love stories when they have that kind of theme, that thing that they say just to each other. I absolutely love that. But I was just so heart-wrenching that like he's with his friend, like his friend is his betrothed. And you're like, oh, okay, well, at least that. I mean, a lot of arranged marriages, like you don't even know who the person is, or maybe it's someone you don't want to be with, but at least he had his body. And then it was like, oh crap, he's got someone else. Oh, what are you gonna? Oh man, and he's gonna leave. Is he gonna go chase him? What are we gonna do?
Man. Yeah, I feel like you speaking onto the language and that twist at the end. The world building of this piece was really well done.
On point.
I feel like with relationships, right? There's always that like love. There's like that secret love relation, that secret language, right? That couples end up developing over time, and it felt like it was very real and raw and authentic for these two characters.
Absolutely, I agree with you. The world building on this was poignant. I did not see that turn of events as I was reading it at all. I didn't. The last thing I thought was a lost love was going to pop up. I was thinking maybe a fight scene in the ballroom was gonna like something ran. I just did not see it coming. I'm glad it did what it did because it kept me really invested. And now I think this should be a full-on novel, I gotta say.
Yeah, you know, I'm glad you say that because I'm pretty sure I've heard from the author that it's being developed into a full length. How long? I'm actually turning this, into a full novel and a working language. Yeah,
Yay!
I want to speak to this for a moment because it's actually really, really a great opportunity. So usually with flash fiction, you want to try to tell like a standalone story, right? But a lot of what we do is we come up with these really great moments and they're so empowering. We're like, that needs to be something bigger. And I think they're playing to the strengths of this piece, which was the language, the world building, and that and the relationship aspect of it. And I think that's what then you externalize and you make a longer story out of. So I think that's actually a great, great learning opportunity.
I was
Absolutely.
wanting to know if Kale was a side piece or was he there first? Like, I wasn't totally sure. And by the end, usually in a romance, you're going to have the two main love interests in a better spot than they are in the beginning. And I felt like this was more of a cliffhanger. And it's like,
Yes.
I can relate because I've done that with stories as well. And I think, especially if it's the first act, you
Mhm.
want that cliffhanger to keep your readers going, what's going to happen? Oh my God. And so, like, it's actually kind of perfect to
Mhm.
bait that hook, you know?
And I like the pacing as well. Like there was a really great drama setup going on in there, and you just couldn't pinpoint what was going to come. I just loved it. I just really loved this story. Oh, and the words. I don't know if it showed, if you guys showed on the story part, but there are highborn words and czar
Mhm.
words. And I love that because I got to learn new words in other languages. Like that's
Mhm.
just, I'm just going to nerd out for a second. I like that stuff. Like I don't know why, but it helps get you invested in the story as
Mhm.
well. It's like a side plot to what you're reading, I guess.
Which is amazing. And I know with what they're turning it into, they're actually turning into a full language. So
Oh,
like those words were kind of like the basis, and now they're actually expanding and they've done so much research. They're making it its own full language for the world, which language development is hard, by the way, unless you
oh
have a
yeah,
degree or a background in linguistics, of which these large shows like Game of Thrones, Star Trek, usually they hire people
right.
who
Whole team.
have like PhDs in language because it's difficult to craft. Like you could, of course, you can put a bunch of words together, but doing it in a way where characters can interact and it feels natural, and then it works to the cadences of the world, the culture, the tribe is difficult to perfect. So I really, really have to commend you. I think that's incredible.
I also wanted to speak a little bit to the contrast between the
Mhm.
two love interests. You have the highborn, the formality, the glitz, the glamour, and then you have kind of the gypsy lover,
Yeah.
and it's like so. And then what that's going to show, or what I'm looking forward to seeing, is what is the true nature of our main character. Is he going for the flash, or is he going for the wild side? And I mean, who isn't down for like a nice, hot, robust gypsy? I mean, hello. So I'm really interested to see like that. What is their arc going to show?
Right.
Really.
Awesome. Well, we have to be moving on to our next story, but Rita, this has been absolutely incredible.
Thank you
We're
so
going to see if
much.
hopefully Echo After Silence is enough to make it to the finals. We'll
I
find
hope
out in
so.
just
I'm
a little
rooting
bit.
for you.
But thank you, everyone in the chat. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. This was a great, great story. I'm eager to see how it shakes out. I guess actually I kind of already know. I'm eager to share how it shakes out with everyone. But Rita, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
If there's anybody who wants to go find out more about you, is there anything that you're working on, or where can they go find you right now?
Yeah, so book 2 in the Harbor Excursions series, got book 1 right here. Boop, boop.
Woo.
2 will be released on Kickstarter in July, so I've been quietly working on that diligently and
Ooh.
be releasing that through Kickstarter. It's called the Harbor Excursions 2, the Offshore Account, where we're going to see
Mhm.
our main characters get into a little bit more trouble and maybe some mobsters show up. I'm not sure. We'll see what happens.
Ooh, well, that is super exciting. So, once again, if you want to go find out more about Rita, it's linked down in the YouTube description, and we will throw it in the chat as well. Rita, you're awesome. Thank you again for joining us today, my
Thank
friend.
you guys. Mwah.
All right. Woo. JL, that was great. I was like, what a great way to start off with that chemistry right at the beginning.
Oh, we're starting with a bang, Kaufman.
Now, I just want to do a quick shout out. So, if you're just hopping into the stream, welcome. This is our Fated Fantasy Competition. The Fated Fantasy Competition is one of many different things we do with the WriteNow community. We've done over 500 consecutive live writing streams. We do critique shows where you can get feedback on your story. We do writing sprints. We do these major writing events. We did a conference back in December. We have a weekly reading group. We have so many things. So make sure that if you want to be alerted when we go live, tap that follow, tap that subscribe button. And if you're already subscribed, share it with a friend. Help us bring more writers, because the more writers we bring, the more vibes we got, the more of all styles and the better stories we get to read.
The more the merrier.
I know, right? I get so excited. I never thought that the community was going to get to this point. I was just challenging myself to just write consistently every day.
What a way to do it. And now you've got a whole bunch of people you're inspiring to do the same thing. Good for you.
Oh, we'll see if I can finish my book at some point. So, all right. So we're going to be moving on right to the next story. Let me get this queued up here. All right. So without further ado, we're going to be hopping into Raine's Fire. All right, so Raine's Fire. So Raine Brightfire has spent years hiding her fire to keep the peace in a world that sees her magic as a threat. When everything she has worked for falls apart, she faces a choice: stay silent or finally embrace her power. What begins as an ending becomes a story of rediscovery, rising from the ashes and choosing joy. And then reading Raine's Fire, we are introducing our guest reader, Jenna O'Malley. Jenna, your soul writer, blends sci-fi fantasy with dashes of romance and nerdy references to create raw stories about diverse characters throughout time and space. The world she weaves and issues including women's rights, the importance of all voices in leadership, LGBTQIA alliance, mental health awareness, and anti-racism. She also helps fellow writers reset their process and businesses doing what they love most in soul-barred mode through the modalities as a trauma-informed educator, editor, content creation nerd, and book/bookish business coach. Writing is the most honest and therapeutic expression of the soul. So use your quill as a sword always for what you believe in. Please help me welcome to the stage Jenna O'Malley. Welcome, Jenna. It's so great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you very much for inviting me to join in, and thank you to everyone who's put any ounce of planning into this. It's been a joy listening all weekend long.
Oh, I know you're one of those other writers I've seen in the community, and I'm so glad to be able to have you on the stream. We've had so much enthusiasm from all the writers in the community, and I know how hard all the writers have been working at their stories. You feeling
very much so? Very much so. I've seen a couple of people in different sprints working on them to prepare for it. I'm like, this is going to be so good.
Mm-hmm. Are you ready to read get into Raine's Fire?
Starts with one of my favorite drinks, of course. Let's go.
All right, perfect. So if you're just hopping into the stream, we're going to be doing the live reading of Raine's Fire. If there's something you like, drop a comment, let us know, and then we'll discuss it with our co-hosts after the reading. All right, and I got this all queued up here, and perfect. So we got you all set up for Raine's Fire. I'll be backstage. You're welcome to start whenever you're ready.
Let's go. Raine's Fire. Saving the last drop of my only suppressor-free coffee for the day, I think about the romance book I haven't finished since this report took so much time over the last week. I draw this moment out before I brave the hallway again. As I allow the drink's heat to be my only warmth, I check my email. Willa Claymore, my boss, is requesting a 15-minute meeting right away. Crap. Did I mess up that report? I'm exhausted, and I've been struggling to control my fire. I double-checked my report this morning and turned it in a day early. Could this be the moment I've been working for? The promotion. I pull up the email in which I sent the report and notice Willa thanked me for the good work. I grab my claw clip from my desk and twist my long curly hair to secure it. It's the easiest way to protect my scalp from the damp air since I'm not allowed to use my fire to keep myself dry. Walking to the conference room, I dodge the constant rain of water on the right side, which is supposed to keep the water types from drying out. Something that would only be an issue if they were without water for months, not minutes. I noticed Mr. Rivers from HR in the conference room, looking annoyed while maintaining the cloud above him. They knew this meeting was with a fire type. Mr. Rivers couldn't go 15 minutes without his mist. A typical water type expects everyone to adapt to their needs. Meanwhile, I take suppressors. I hold it in, and he can't be bothered to respect me. It's bad enough that every common area in this building has walkable gardens with steady rain. Did we need a personal cloud for this meeting? When I got this job, I promised myself and this company as a fire type that I would never allow my fire to harm anyone here. It's like they thought all fire types did was set everything ablaze all the time. After 5 years, I've shown that I can keep a promise, regardless of how much strain it puts on me. My show of control and commitment. I thought I could change everyone's opinions on fire types. Sit, Miss Brightfire. We have a few things to discuss. Mrs. Claymore sneers at me. Willa's never liked that I was hired, but seriously, I've never even warmed my office. I wear layer on layer clothing to keep warm, rather than my natural abilities like everyone else's in this company. She praises my work, but being in the same work as me unleashes her disdain for my kind. Typical Earth type. Taking my seat, I try to align myself so the raindrops falling on the table don't splash on me and the vines along the back wall don't touch me. I should have taken a suppressor this morning. She should have listened to her coffee. Anyway, I just wanted 1 cup of coffee without the horrid taste of powder in it. I regret now my fire is becoming difficult to control, being closed off in a damp and cold area. Mr. Rivers clears his throat before reading Miss Brightfire. Thank you for your service here at Brookmere Capital. Unfortunately, we are moving in a different direction when your position is no longer needed. Effective immediately, your employment is terminated. What? My control slips, causing steam to rise as my fire dries off my damp skin and hair from being in this building for the last 2 hours. Control yourself, Raine, Miss Claymore sneers, glancing at the garden behind me like my steam will wilt her flowers. Why? I completed that report early, and you called me a rock star, I said, trying to understand what I'm hearing. No promotion. 5 years wasted, holding in my true nature to make people feel more comfortable. No gratitude. All that sacrifice in vain. What am I supposed to do now? Fire types can only control themselves for so long, and you're already struggling. You should feel happy. Brookmere Capital gave you this long, Miss Claymore says with a chuckle. For your comfort. I control myself for you. I stand and secure my hair in defiance, allowing my fire to start burning my clothes. Hold in my true nature for all of you. I don't get the same respect. Everything is watered down here, garden paths in the hallways, but I have to control my fire? No job is worth this treatment. This is my moment to rise above and show that fire can be controlled without suppression. I refuse to silence myself any longer. Water isn't harmful to others, Mr. Rivers interjects. It's harmful to me, I shout, defeated by the people I've wasted my life for, missed family gatherings, holidays, and time to not care enough to see the sacrifices I've made for this company. The sleepless nights, suppressors in my coffee, and only kind to me when it involves work projects. No one has gotten to know me as a person, only seeing my type. I give myself the grace to burn everything I've worked towards to ash for a fresh start. I want to show these people that a controlled fire is magical and freeing. Mr. Rivers lifts his hands and strengthens the storm above him. He slides his cloud to pound down my flames. I refuse to retreat. My fire wasn't harming anyone, and I'm not hurting anyone by removing the humidity in the air. I am simply being seen. The clash of water and flames fills the room with a choking fog. I told you, fire types can't be trusted. We need more water types, Willa shrieks, stumbling backwards as steam swallows her, the orange glow lighting her way through the storm made by Mr. Rivers. The show isn't to scorch them, but to reveal something I've hidden for years. The fear, restraint, and disrespect are unleashed on my way out the door. I feel the moment Mr. Rivers breaks, when his storm falters and he retreats behind the hiss and smoke. Vines lash out from behind me, reaching for my legs, but that heat radiating from my skin incinerates them with one touch. Nice try, Willa. I let them all burn. Every annoyance, every silenced word, every advantage given to water and earth types they claimed was policy. As the fire settles, I stand in the ruins, broken glass, scorched metal, and ash at my feet. But I don't feel shame. I feel liberated. I'll chart my path at this new beginning. No more suppressors, hiding my true nature without the same respect in return. I walk through the ruins of the office building barefoot and with new purpose. People are gaping at me as the embers glitter on my skin and the air around me is static and crackling. I can't be the stereotypical fire person, but they are unaware that they also show their flaws masked as good qualities. I hid for their comfort, but no one bothered to check in with me. No one spoke up about the hallway rain clouds when personal offices were designed for their types. I wasn't allowed a fireplace in my office for fear it would encourage my nature. Snuffing out the remaining embers, I leave this place behind me and go home to my new start. When I open my front door, I notice how bare and blank my apartment is. There's nothing warm or comforting here. I allowed people to not only extinguish my fire at work, but it went further. Sinking into the kitchen floor, I search my bag for my phone to call my mother and share the news. I hear life in her voice, which hasn't reflected in my own for so long. I hope the next thing you do brings you joy and lights you up again. Me too, Mama. I open myself to the unknown future, waiting for my inner flame. I will release my fire unapologetically from here on out. I am determined to find joy and empowerment in my life. I will not let anyone or anything dim me again. Scanning my apartment, I start by restoring my warmth and comfort. I shoot fire sparks into my fireplace, tossing the suppressor powder into the flames, and settle on my couch with that romance book I was putting off for that project. How does one become an author? Raine, open up! Mama yells while pounding on the door to my apartment. Opening up and looking her over, I ask, Mama, what's wrong? Steam is rising off of her petite frame. Her red hair is a mess. Where have you been? She demands, her fire lacing her voice. Here. Why? No one has seen you in weeks. You don't answer your phone. She looks around my apartment. What have you been doing, Raine? This place has turned into a fire hazard with papers everywhere. You said to do something that brings me joy. I wrote a fantasy novel, I say, holding up the outline of my book, a map of every detail and character. She walks toward me, looking over the rough draft of the world map I sketched. The mountains of Hollow Ridge, where the dragons live, to Whisper Cove, where the sirens save the children from the wicked humans in Ashfold. Her fingers trace over the scorched edges, glancing at me with a question in her eyes. You wrote a novel in a month? I turn to Mama, shrug with a cheeky grin and say, I got a bit carried away, I guess. What is the book about? A new start, being reborn and not allowing others to suppress you anymore, allowing your fire to burn, regardless of what others think. I search Mama's eyes, looking for pride and understanding, proof that this time, burning myself down wasn't reckless, that I learned from the job that I was allowed to snuff out my fire and won't let that happen again. Her bright smile warms my apartment and she brings me in for a hug. I cannot wait to read it and watch you light up this world with your words.
Wow. 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 That
Our English teacher, I think I'm gonna cry.
I know. I loved the duality between fire and water and the magic elements in that story. I thought that was such a great moment. That was definitely such a great thing. Oh man, as a fantasy lover, I was like, ooh, that was so great. What did you guys think about it? We want to hear in the chat. What'd you love? And it looks like we got some tears, some crying, and a bunch of thoughts.
Yeah, I loved the message of this, like, and just the play on that elemental, like, oh, I won't let anything snuff out my light, and your words will light up the world, was just like such a good message. So it was very like heartfelt, very empowering. And yeah, I loved like the whole elemental like Disney vibe of it. A lot of people were saying like it reminded them of Elemental, and that's exactly what I thought too when I was reading it. But it definitely like was its own story too. So
Oh man, Jenna, how was that reading it for you?
I'm glad I pre-read it when it was sent and previewed it, because I did, like a couple people in chat, bawl. I'm like, okay, wait a second. I think all of us, when there's been a writing whatever you want in X number of days challenges, I think we've all been this person at least once.
I know. And especially when you're like, you feel like you've been trying so hard and it's like they're just out to shut you down. And I think what really resonates is the fact that they're a writer. And I think that is what is that gets all of us, since I think we're all writers here in this community.
yeah, and I really liked too that there was the play, like the oxymoron of the fire type. Her name was Raine. I loved that. I was like, I see what you did there.
She rained on us, all right.
And
I know I saw in the chat everyone was referencing the water and fire references through. I think people liked that.
Yeah. And I liked too, like, because she lost her job, it's like we've all gone through like toxic work environments, losing a job or having to quit a job. So that was like really relatable too.
Courtney, would you mind if any of us ever actually, linked this as a potential take my job and shove it resignation letter? Just saying. Just saying.
Right. Oh, that's hilarious. I absolutely love that. So the next time, if you're ever having problems at work and you decide like it's not going to work out, you're like, well, this is my resignation letter. And they're like, wait, what? Oh, Yeah, they'll get it. Courtney says you have permission. Oh man. Yeah, I think that story was definitely a lot of fun. I think what I loved was that we had a really clear character journey. I feel like she started off in one place thinking that like, okay, things are going to be fine. She's been putting in the time. She's going to get there. And then you just kind of see it get worse and worse and blow up.
There was more kindling thrown into the fire as you went, was literally the note I wrote off to the side for myself of, she just threw all the kindling in the fire here. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah, and then the like dichotomy of like, oh well, there's all these paper, like her mom found all the papers around, this is a fire hazard, but she's like, I can control my fire like around this paper and use it for good. And I love that her mom was there too, like worried about her and was like concerned for her.
I like that Willa and Mama were foils in that regard for sure, yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it was interesting that we kind of got that duality, which is something that anybody, whether you're going through a job loss or whether you're trying to get through you've had rejections with your stories before. We have the professional front, which was what she dealt with at work, and then you got the front with mom and the family life. And I think that was a really interesting duality between the front end and the back end of the story, which I thought was cool. Wow. Well, I feel like this was definitely a great read. And it sounds like, Jenna, you're not alone. We definitely have some major tears going on in the community. And I can tell the chat really, really enjoyed it. So let me just say, everybody, if you enjoyed the story, go vote right now. We're actually doing live voting, live recognition for each of the authors. What was the thing that you liked about the story? We're going to be dropping that in the chat, so make sure you go vote. Go vote on the previous story as well. We got some recognition and voting in the chat. So go to the link, go vote, and we're going to see.
The cat counts, right?
The cat does count. It absolutely does. Holly, your cat gets a vote as well.
As we
know from our friends, we'll be seeing if we're going to be able to summon Mr. Crow from the sky very, very soon for some live voting. But Jenna, it's been incredible. Thank you for joining us for this wonderful reading. You did such a great job.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for all you do to help the community keep writing.
Aww. Anytime, my friend. And anybody who wants to go find out more about you, or is there anything that you're working on that you want to share with the community?
My second side quest for the side quests of the Myrna Annals comes out in July, and I have amazing news that I can't say more on, or I will say it too soon. So check it out when I do release it the first week of July.
Well, that is really, really exciting. And we have Jenna's stuff linked down in the YouTube description. If you want to go find out more about her, we'll throw it up in the chat as well. And Jenna, I'm sure we'll be seeing you around.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day, everybody.
All right, Holly. So I feel like what a great story, and what a nice duality between our first two stories of the day, between this like chemistry, this like intense burning romance, to a literal burning world with fire and water. It's interesting that fire water vibe. I was kind of getting like a little like Avatar, The Last Airbender, with kind of like that the elements. I thought that was kind of cool when I was thinking about how the magic worked.
Yeah, the elemental elemental magic never gets old for me too. Like I love that.
And so before we hop into our next story, we're going to be hopping into the next one in just a second. I just want to do a quick shout out. Holly, you've been an incredible support for this community and for putting this competition together. Those of you in the community know Holly and I, we stream, we do writing things on occasion, and it's always a great time having you on the stream. Holly, I want to just give you a quick moment. Is there anything that you're like working on that you wanted to share with the community?
Yeah, for sure. So my debut novel is a YA fantasy, A Diamond Bright and Broken. Speaking of Disney, I pitched this as a tangled retelling with a gender-bent Flynn writer. So there's disability rep with a wheelchair crutch user, sapphic romance between biracial female main characters. So there's lots of representation in here. If that sounds good to you, you will enjoy the book. I am very hard at work, about 90% through the sequel. This is a duology, so hoping to finish that so that it can come out next summer. That's the goal.
Fingers crossed. Well, Holly, I'm so impressed with what you've accomplished so far, and it sounds like your book is everywhere. It sounds like your book is literally everywhere.
Yeah, you can. Apparently, Lynn said it's also in
I
an
know.
Alaskan library, which is super cool. But I'm on Amazon, Barnes and Noble, Books a Million, Bookshop.org. It might be in other countries as a future announcement in the summer, which is cool. But yeah. Oh, and Zara is also here, my publisher.
Hey, welcome, Zara. Always glad to have you here in the chat. And so proud of her, Done Brand Broken. Absolutely. Always glad to have Zara around. Zara must be really proud that the book's literally everywhere. I'm like, that's really great for you guys. So, Holly, I'm super excited. I know I really want to check out your book. And it's like, I got like my list of TBR and I'm like, all right, I need the time.
Yeah, Scarecrow's on there too when it comes out.
Aww. Maybe it'll get recommended for one of our Read Now book club.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
I was like, I know we got so much going on with the Read Now book club, but Holly, you're amazing. I appreciate you. And I just want to say you put in so much work with our team of oracles into this, into making Faded Fantasy a thing. I couldn't do this by myself. This is just my tipping of the hat to you, my friend.
Tipping of the crown to you back.
All right, guys. Well, let's queue up and hop into the next story. So we're going to be hopping straight into Feel the Sun Again. So this is a human prophecy calls for the extinction of dragons in order to have peace in the kingdom. Thus, it is hard to be a dragon, especially if one's hatchling finds humans more interesting than scary. And then here, as a guest author to do the reading, we have Cass Voit is a self-published author based out of Northern Virginia. She has breached 500 subscribers on AuthorTube after 20 years of honing her writing craft. She is also a professional photographer, illustrator, belly dancer, and flow artist. At the end of the day, she enjoys curling up with her husband and her orange cats for a stupid show and a horror book. She can be found on most social media as either Sako Toomey or Psycho Sako. I like my men like I like my tea, in a bag, underwater. Let me officially welcome to the stage, Cass Voit. Welcome, Cass. It's so great to have you on stream. Thank you for joining us today.
Thanks so much for having me.
It's been so great. I know I've seen you around the community. I was like, I knew that you'd be perfect for a reading. How are you feeling about your story?
I really enjoyed the dichotomy between the mother and the hatchling.
Well, as we all know, and Cass, I tell everyone this, if you are ever struggling with a story, if you ever have any problems, whether that's motivation, accountability, consistency, one thing always solves it, and that is to put a dragon on it. It sounds like this author took it to heart, so I'm super excited. Everyone here in the chat, if you're watching on the live stream or the replay, we're just doing our next story, reading one of our 12 semifinalists. So Cass, we're going to queue you up so that way you can start the reading, and then we'll be doing a live discussion afterwards. So make sure to stick around, and then we'll have some voting. If we can call Mr. Crow from the Aether, we will be doing some games and much, much more. All right, Kat. So I got the story all queued up. I'll be backstage. You're welcome to start whenever you're ready.
There's darkness when dragons occupy the kingdom. The sun casts shadows of their wingspan, o'er the scorched earth and missing man. But bud of the royal line will blossom. The dragon's rule of sky will cease and bring all unfiltered peace. There was a time when Spinel would gladly go out and lie upon the fields, soaking up the warmth until her muscles melted like honey. The rays fueled her very soul. Tiny threads of power starting with her beating heart stretch out to every limb and crevice. But that time is long over. What did I say about your leaving, Onyx? Spinel asks. His large black foot freezes at the exit of their cave. The light catches his claw, twinkling a blinding white, before it returns inside. His body slumps, scales screeching against the stone walls. That we blend in better at night, Onyx recites. That's right, and the blackness suits you. Spinel has hatched 4 eggs in her lifetime and sent 2 off to find their own territory. Onyx has been a strange 4th, coming home at night with musings and writings of humans, and wanting to see the flowers bloom outside. Then again, her first 2 offspring had not been restricted to the darkness. She hoped it was a passing fancy. The drawings all over his part of the cavern, and the piles of books say otherwise. Castle building methods, the latest human fashions, paintings and art, monarchs' divine right, and prophecies, those useless prophecies. Onyx even learned the human language. He practices with her, saying silly words that mean nothing to Spinel, but they always mean something to him. That's why he calls her Mom. Have you finished the water tunnel? Onyx lets out a confused puff from the floor. You've drawn some wonderful portraits in your space. You said you'd complete some there, Spinel says. His eyes linger blankly on her like black beads before he drags himself upward, each step gaining energy as he goes further into their home. Onyx has a garden of ideas to cultivate onto the walls. Hunts are hard when the only animals within Spinel's territory are domesticated and protected by humans. Spinel watched enough dragons take those easy meals. Within a few weeks, their caves were pilfered, and their scaly heads cut off as trophies. Dragons weren't the only victims. It happened to be wolves, bears, anything with claws or antlers to match those swords. So, Spinel makes sure they travel for food. It turns the nights long, and Onyx's wings ache by the time they find meals. Tonight, Onyx chases clumsily after a bored stampede. Their tusks are long and curved back toward their faces, nothing too dangerous for the novice. The pig squeals pierce the night as flames drift past them. You didn't aim correctly, Spinel says. I don't know how to guess the wind, Onyx whines. Show me how you do it. I use the sky you've seen. Onyx rolls his eyes. Spinel is unamused by the human-learned gesture. After a small demonstration, Onyx is in the sky. He blends in perfectly, a black blanket blotting out the stars the moment he glides overhead. Pride blooms in Spinel's chest. She opens her mouth to give suggestions when he dives. A perfect knife through the air, and his praise cry is cut short. Amazing! Spinel screams, bounding over to Onyx. I got 2! Didn't you see that, Mom? He suddenly stops. Is that a blackberry bush? They make the best purple, and the humans eat them. Spinel watches with disappointment as her hatchling bounds toward the scraggly bush, leaving the boar behind. The hunt is not over. You cannot let your attention wander. This is not the cave, Spinel chastises. Don't worry. The boar's not going anywhere. I'm not worried about the boar, Spinel huffed. One night, there is only a small crushed deer to share between them. The sun hangs low, barely sprinkling into the cave's entrance. Onyx's mouth is sullied with drying blood. The leftover bones burn in Spinel's stomach. It screams for more. We should split up next time, Onyx says. Why? Spinel licks the blood from Onyx's eyes and nose. He squirms away and she tells him to wash the rest off with water. I mean it, he continues, huffing after his escape. His tongue flickers in and out for the drying chunks of meat between his teeth. We cover more ground, and then you might have a better chance before the deer run into the trees. He is at that age where she wouldn't have thought twice. She didn't with her previous two. Onyx is still small, only as big as a brown bear, but large enough to overpower most competition. But there was the ever-biting presence of humans then. Humans that Onyx talk about each day. I'll think about it, Spinel replies, and she remembers his wonderful dive. Spinel ponders a list of rules for him to follow the next hunt, like how he needs to bring back meals and not souvenirs. Lightning lights up the sky like daytime. Harsh rain slides off the pink ridges of Spinel's scales. She clutches two wolves in each claw. Her wings beat along with the resounding thunder. With the bright flashes, Spinel spots blood at the entrance of her cave. Did Onyx finally make his first catch on his own? Spinel nearly falls as she lands, excitement thrumming through her. Only Onyx isn't waiting for her. Spinel drops her catch. Green glowing moss lights the tunnels, illuminating more blood. The red drags across the floor into Onyx's cavern, where a torch shines on a black body. Onyx's head rises weakly. Long cuts stretch across his lower legs and tail, both caked with mud. Then Spinel sees his wings. They are mangled, ripped beyond repair, nothing more than frames for his art on the walls. I didn't want you to come looking for me, Onyx says, defeated. Come to the water. We need to get you cleaned, Spinel says, pushing Onyx to his feet. Her heart is racing and breaking all at once. The water will clear the mud and the blood, but he will never fly again. Onyx brought life into their tunnels. With only a few strokes of browns, blacks, and reds, Onyx recreated the cliffs in spring, covered in flowers. Tiny castles are populated by sticks, and there's a horde of dragons. Several portraits are of Onyx, practically a splatter of black ink, but most are of Spinel, blood and eggshell mix to depict her pink scales. It is strange seeing Onyx now, his blackberries pushed aside, forgotten after being mushed and pondered over. First it was indecision, but now Onyx doesn't have the will to create. You should stop giving me meals, Onyx says at the newly dropped deer carcass in front of him. I cannot fly. You can leave me, find a home, and have other hatchlings that you won't have to take care of for the rest of your life. It'd only make you a good dragon. Those words are scratches on her heart and mind, leaving them uncomfortable and raw. Don't speak like this, Spinel replies. She has lost one hatchling before. She will not lose another. Spinel nudges the deer closer toward Onyx. I did this to myself, he starts. His sad voice seeped into Spinel. I love them, humans. They create amazing things, and I do too. I thought, what if they saw me? What I create? Would they forgive me for being a dragon? Onyx's head droops. It was a foolish wish. We have been living in the dark for a long time. One day we won't, Spinel promises. You're right. One day we will be gone just like their prophecy says. And he refuses to eat. Their prophecies are words that Spinel will never understand, but it is nice to have someone to blame. Fury has risen in her, taking a solid, uncomfortable form in her gut, weighing down all she is and does. Blame gives her fury a target. Despite her size, Spinel glides easily over the gates and through the kingdom of sleeping humans. She feels a stab of envy as she hears the snores and knows they take the sunlight for granted. Spinel cannot read the prophecy in Onyx's books, but the pictures tell enough. She flew to the largest castle where she knew she'd find the bud of royal line. Spinel searches for her prey through the windows and glimpses a portrait. The king and queen, bedazzled with their brightest jewels and precious metal, and at their feet is their bud with a sword strapped to her hip. All colored so beautifully with a purple Spinel had never seen before, but so expressionless, so lifeless. Finding the bud is not as hard as it should be. Spinel lands on a large balcony and opens the door with the smallest of clicks. She curls around the bed, looming over it with her claws raised to strike. The bud lies spun up in her blankets like a cocoon, long black hair cascading over her fragile frame. She's smaller than she looked in the portrait, smaller than Spinel imagined. The bud awakens. Large black beads stare back at Spinel, shining with the reflection of the moon. Red dots the white cloth on the young girl's shoulder. Spinel's heart stops. Blood against black, and Spinel's claw falters. Clarity returns to her as her claws return to the floor. And then Spinel notices the bright glint. She cannot react before the bud's sword strikes and pierces her wings. It is hard to run through the kingdom. Nights add to the cuts created by bud, rock. Spinel's flames can only do so much to hold them back. When she crashes through the final gate, splinters dig underneath her scales, and the sun is rising, but her legs feel like bones on a string. She cannot enjoy the rays on her scales, the first in decades. Her pink is faded hue against the emerald grasses she tramples. The cave greets Spinel, and her heart surges before it falls flat. Her eyes barely adjust to the gloom inside, and she runs into the wall. Mom? Spinel finally finds those gleaming eyes of his. Onyx is thinner. He won't make it if they try to run. But there isn't enough meat on his bones, wasted from disuse and refusing meals. Spinel sighs. I won't leave you. I will never leave you. A sound like thunder rumbles through the cave, and Spinel knows there is not a cloud in the sky. It continues booming each second, torturing her until glints of silver appear at the entrance of Onyx's cavern. Knights swarm in like ants, and Spinel darts in front of Onyx. She thinks of the trail she must have left behind. The knights point their swords towards her until the bud comes in. She doesn't even reach any of the knight's shoulders, but the sword in her hand is covered in Spinel's blood. The bud advances, but then those black beads focus on something else. Her head turns as she takes in Onyx's cavern. The bud's attention trips at drawings until it is ensnared in a simple portrait. Onyx, mere wisps, looking up at a large, elegant Spinel. The bud stares. And when the bud finally focuses on Spinel, her sword falters. Spinel will never fly again. Neither will Onyx. But the sun on their skin warms up their souls, and Onyx laughs as he speaks in that strange language with the bud. After some humans have reservations, like Spinel, a sword is never pointed in the dragon's direction again. Onyx finally knows what to do with the blackberries as a new stick figure joins the caverns. She's not the bud mom. Her name is Peony.
Wow, wow, wow. Oh my goodness. I was literally in tears for the dragons. Oh,
You've gotten tears out of me twice this time.
Mm-hmm.
I am so glad that you were able to read that because you put so much emotion into it, and
Mhm.
I really appreciate that as a writer of dragons.
Oh man, everybody knows how much I love dragons over here. I was literally like, that was moving me the entire time. And especially
I'll
like the
always be on the side of the dragons.
I know. And especially with that twist at the end, that was so cool. That was so, so cool. We want to hear from you, the chat as well. If you're here in the live stream or you're watching the replay, what'd you think? Drop a comment. Oh, man. How was the reading for you? How was it like now that you did the live reading and now kind of hearing it read out loud to the community?
I feel that you almost want to pick a side, but by the end, there's no point in picking a side. Like everybody has a happy ending, and yet not.
Yeah. And
So-
and having written a history like that, and I've done it several times over,
Mhm.
And doing the research and everything about things like that. I'm just like, and if if one person could just comprehend the other, and it kind of shadows a lot of wars and stuff that have happened over the years. It's like, but you're telling it from a fictional standpoint, but at the same time, it's like if somebody would just stop and think or stop and look and see, this would all be avoided, and it's really, really, really sad. But I'm glad that it was a happy ending at the end, sort of. A kind
Sort
of
of.
happy ending.
Yeah.
But they won't be able to fly again,
You
though.
won't be able to fly again, though.
Fly again. However, all combat is cease. They got their peace.
Are they dragons if they can't fly again, though?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah,
There are plenty of dragons that can't fly.
Yeah, I guess that's
it's a
very odd.
sacrifice.
You're
Unfortunately,
right. It is absolutely a sacrifice, which I guess goes in the question of what defines a dragon.
well, I mean, there's tons of dragons out there all across mythology that are wingless. So,
interesting. Wow. What was your guys' favorite part out of it? Was there like a moment that like spoke to the soul? I know for me it was the dragons in general and that relationship.
It was the butting heads with Mom. So as a horror writer, I love reading horror, and I kind of like, attached myself to Onyx wasting away and Spinel not knowing how to help him.
for me, it was the problematic feeling of a mother not understanding this newfangled situation. The language he was using. She's trying to teach him their traditions and what will keep them alive and what's important in her mind, whereas he has a completely different idea about what's important, and even to the point that he calls her by the human term of endearment instead of the dragon term of endearment. So that really got me.
And I think it's really nice, like you said, Cass, being able to see that the duality between the mom and the son, and kind of seeing how both of their characters grow throughout the story. Man, that really gets me. Yeah.
We did see in this story a complete growth. Everybody grew. And I like that.
Yeah, I think you could tell from the beginning of it that there was definitely that sense of immaturity from the younger one. And of course, throughout, it's just, I feel like it resonates because it feels like it feels like they ended up in the place that they were always meant to end up in by the end of the story. And I think that is the mark of a well-told story. And that is besides the fact of putting a dragon on it.
I think so. I was very impressed with this story. Everybody make sure that you vote on the categories that we listed too.
Vote on this one.
That was
Yeah, absolutely. So everybody definitely make sure that you vote. We've been throwing up the voting in the chat. So we'll throw it up again for you guys. So everybody make sure that you vote on what was your favorite element of this story. What really spoke to you? We got a couple different options here for you, and we are going to be throwing that up in the chat. Perfect. So go vote, and we're going to try to see if we can hail Mr. Crow from the skies of the Aether to give up some more of his shinies. But to feel the sun again, what a great story. Oh man, I think the dragon was just a win for me personally, but everybody knows I'm biased with dragons. So.
definitely.
Man, well, Cass, I just want to say, thank you so much for joining us today. You did such a great job with the reading. I felt like you had the dramatic pauses and the moments, and I felt like I was really I was tearing up, and I didn't know if it was from the story or from your reading.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me. I love reading out loud. I do.
And Cass,
for anybody,
yeah, so we'll so we just dropped that down in the chat. Cass, for anyone who wants to go find out more about you, or if there's anything that you're working on right now, you want to share it with the community?
I am working on my first paranormal romance.
Ooh, I love
It
that.
is a sapphic vampire romance. My first, one, there was a demand for sapphic stuff, and two, I wanted to write a vampire story. So, yeah, I'm about to finish up.
Let me clarify. Does sapphic mean spice? Is that's what it means, right?
Sapphic is romantic.
Romantic.
It is romantic
Another
lesbian
term for
things.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. I know, due to my unfamiliarity with the genre, I'm like fantasy nerd all the way.
Yeah, so I just have 2 scenes left to write of that, and then it will be off to betas.
Ooh.
So keep an eye out for Borrowed Time. I'm looking at October to release, and we will see how my experiment works out.
Well, I'm definitely wishing you the best of luck. I know, as I am like trying to work through my first book as well, so I know exactly what that process is like. I'm definitely wishing you the best of luck for it. If people want to like find out more about the process throughout, they can go find you over on your YouTube channel, right?
Yeah, especially some of my older content talked about my process quite a bit.
Okay.
I might revive my writer stuff. I won't be doing sprints, but maybe some like, this is how I handled X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, got to be in the right place. Got to finish the book first before doing more of the video stuff. I totally get that.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Cass, thank you so much for joining us today. Everything's linked down in the YouTube description, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you around.
All right. Thanks so much. I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
All right. Wow. I was like, once again, such a mix of stories. We got chemistry, we got fire and magic, and then we got dragons. I'm like, and it's such a different vibe than the stories we had yesterday, which continues to tell me just how incredible these stories are. Now, for anybody
Yeah.
who's just hopping into the stream, we're going to take a breather for just a moment to play some games with you. We're going to take a breather for just a moment to play a game. So we hope you've been paying attention. We hope you're ready because we're going to play a game. Let me bring up our other co-hosts. Welcome back to the stage, Holly and JL. Welcome.
Okay.
You guys ready for another game?
Let's do it.
All
This is
right.
going to be for everybody to pitch in, including chat.
Yeah, so Rach, you're going to be leading this one for us. I don't think I've played this one specifically, but I'm super excited to see how the game is. Well, I'm setting this up. Do you want to explain it for the chat?
Yeah. So I'm going to. Well, I was actually going to set it up. I thought you didn't have it, so I was going to do an entire screen share. But
Yeah, perfect.
So hopefully that'll work in the system. Anyway, I'm going to show you some specific scenes, and you get to come up with a 2-sentence story based on that scene. That's all we're asking. Now, keep in mind that, especially on YouTube, I think that there's a limit of 200 characters for each comment. So you may have to do a part 1 and part 2 if you get really wordy. But yeah, I am, let's see if I can pull this up.
All right. I think I got it all set up. I'm adjusting it.
You got it? Okay.
And all right, here we go. Let me get this. Perfect.
So that is our first scene, and you just go for it, and I will set a timer and see what you can come up with for a 2-sentence story based on this picture.
Ooh, 2-sentence story. Okay. All right. Dragons. No, it's not right. Okay. All right, and I'm going to give just a little music.
Ready?
All right, and all right, I feel like I'm seeing some really great answers coming here into the chat. Do we want to read off a couple of them?
Yes, that was the timer. Actually, it was about to go off. So
Oh, woo! All right, perfect timing.
perfect timing.
All right, let's see. Let me throw some up here. Okay.
You're gonna do it up on the screen. Okay.
Yeah, I'll throw it up on the screen. If you see a comment you like, we'll throw it up.
All right. Where are we at? Oh, the middle of the latch felt hot from the afternoon sun burning against my thumb, like whiskey one burned my throat. The click was just the beginning of my reckoning and recovery from the amber liquid. Do we want to go?
Ooh.
That
Sounds
people
like
are
a hell of
giving
a
so
hangover.
many great ones. People are giving so many great ones. All right, if you
Yeah.
guys find one that you like, throw it up on the. Let me know, and I'll go throw it up on the comments.
Nicole's is funny.
Okay, let me go find. Jim was looking for a sign from the universe that his blind date was a bad idea. The giant splinter the door gave him some ice.
I like JL's.
Uh-oh.
I
Thank you.
heard my husband's voice behind the door, but he had died last year.
Oh.
Oh, it's so heartwarming.
I don't know, it's supposed to be a little scary there, Kaufman.
Oh, Jill, was there one that stood out to you?
I'm looking, yeah, there was, but then it got buried. Hold on.
I know people are so creative. You guys are giving some absolutely
John's.
great answers.
John's.
Oh, John, let's throw up John's. All right, let me go find.
Ooh,
I'm in a fun
yeah, I
mood.
got one.
Okay.
K Parquet. I think I'm gonna say K Parquet or K Parquet.
Yes. K Parquet.
K Parquet. Love that one. Are you pulling it up? Oh, there it is. She pried open the rusted lock her grandma said must never be touched. The door groaned like it remembered. Behind it was a mirror. Her reflection smiled first. So good.
Ooh, shivers.
Love that.
Let's see. And then I have John's. I love it. I hear screams coming from the room. I pause before opening to see who's winning the bloody battle. Grandma or Uncle Jimmy?
Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is like holidays. Oh man. All right. Well,
Cats is
I
similar, like the poltergeist thing or the ghost of past. Yes.
Yes.
all right. Well, those were some absolutely great ones. Let's move on to the next one. We have you guys are so creative, by the way. Everyone throwing down chat. We're trying to find the right ones because you guys are so clever. So let's hop into the next one and we'll pull up for the next round.
Here we go. A mirror.
Ooh.
Ooh.
All right. And then what timer are we at?
I'm going to do a 2-minute timer.
All right, 2-minute timer. All right. And let's start the timer. All right, what do we got? What do we got? All right. Oh, let's go to this one. All right, let's see which ones we got that time. I was coming with a couple ideas, but I couldn't land on one. I'm like, I know everybody here is super creative.
I'm still reading. I can't help myself. Okay. Let me go back up.
Ooh, I like Courtney's.
Holly, I like yours.
Yes.
This time I know I'm not dreaming. After 2 months of looking in the mirror, I've definitely been aging backwards.
Nice.
I wish that's what we all wish we could see in the mirror, right?
I see yours is cool. I like
Let's
that
see.
one too.
Courtney's. Let me pull up Courtney's. There we go.
She looked into the mirror, glaring at the too white dress. The day I never wanted to come is here.
Ooh.
Ooh, she don't want to get married.
Wow. I've got questions.
I like souls too. Because I think she and I were on the same kind of wavelength, because I did the same thing where I like didn't recognize my own face, and they've got when you pull it up, the mirror is old, said to be enchanted, and can't be removed. Every time I look into it, it's never me staring back.
That's creepy. Oh wow.
That's creepy. That is so creepy. That's like giving me some ideas for like a horror story. Maybe we got some prompts.
That's always been one of my fears, is looking
Mhm.
into the mirror, and then even if it is me looking
Mhm.
into the mirror, and then the image in the mirror doing something different than I'm doing. I've
Oh
always
yeah.
been like, oh
I
no,
was like,
not that
oh no, thank you. Oof. Okay. And let's see, what else do we got?
How are we doing on time? I
We're
can't
good. I
see.
would say let's do we'll do one more round. We'll do another round, and then I'll try to see if I'm able to summon Mr. Crow.
Okay.
Yes.
I really like White's. You're like, she stared into the antique mirror, the ghost of a smile playing on her lips as if remembering a life she never lived. Behind the lace and pearls, a secret waited, one the glass had kept for 100 years.
Ooh.
I feel like it's like the setup to a story, actually. I really like that.
Yeah. Poetic.
I feel like that's something I would be doing too for mine. Instead of like 2 short sentences, I'm like, all right, these are going to be all run-on sentences with commas and semicolons to get as much in there.
I love that.
Okay.
All right, let's hop into the next one. All right, so let me cue it up over here. Let me reset the timer.
This is a dangerous thing about like writing prompts and things like this, is then all of a sudden you're like, I could do a whole book about that. Now I have even more on my freaking list of books that I want to write.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Ooh.
Queen over. Ooh. All right. Well, let's see what you guys got. We got 2 minutes on the clock, and it's time to write now. All right. I was like, got one in there right at the last second. Okay, let's see what we got for this round.
I'm sorry, Nicole just made me laugh so hard.
I like Kay.
I like-
Kay's.
I really like Nicole's. Queen
That's
Jimbo
what?
accepted with much chagrin that the words of her evil grimoire weren't just written blurry. It was time for Her Majesty to get bifocals.
Hashtag real life, seriously.
Oh,
That's real.
That's absolutely hilarious. All right, which one do you guys got next? Which one's standing
I
out?
like JL's too.
Oh. Kay and JL's are right next to each other.
Awesome. Let's see, JL's. I finally had the book I had worked so hard to acquire, and inside, I read my own story. You're like life of an author. This is their memoir. And then here was Kay's.
Cloaked in moonlight, she traced the cursed name in her grimoire, whispering vengeance with a smile. The wind shifted. Far away, someone screamed, and she turned the page.
Ooh.
Ooh. Let's see. And what else do we got?
I like Courtney's too.
All right, let me put Courtney's.
They always write me as the villain, conveniently leaving out what they did to make me this way.
Oh, nice.
Ooh. I absolutely love that. All right.
John's. Yours.
Oh, you were reading John's too, weren't you? All right, once again, John always does comedy. His cracks me up. I have to do this.
Love it.
Esmeralda wondered what all the hype was about Fourth Wing. 3 chapters in, she tosses the poor book back to the serfs to use for toilet paper.
Oh my god.
John, you crack me up, man. Oh man, I'm dying.
I'm glad y'all liked this game. This was fun.
Yeah. And I think we have a little more time. So let's queue up one more round of the game. We'll do one more bonus round. We'll do
Okay,
one
let me share
more.
again.
Yeah, one more bonus round before I try to see if I'm able to call Mr. Crow for his shinies. All right, and let me queue this up, and perfect.
Oh, let me go back a little bit. There we go.
All right, beautiful. And I think we got it here.
Ooh.
Ooh.
All your pictures are so moody and ambient, right?
Absolutely great pictures over here. All right, let me get it to 2 minutes. All right. So 2-sentence story. We got 2 minutes on the clock, and it's time to write now. All right, and that was that. Well, I saw some really good ones coming in there that time. I saw some really good ones. Any which one stood out to you guys? And I'll throw them up on screen.
Oh, Holly. Dang.
Oh.
Let's see. Okay.
It had taken weeks of honing my skill to light every candle with the power of my mind, now to figure out how to snuff them all out. Love that.
I like Nicole's. Jim Jim's power may have been out, but later the rest of the apartment building would say she had gone overboard. She had to dry her britches somehow.
Yeah, the hubs went comedy too.
Let's see. Let's see. All right. The altar flickered with dozens of lit candles, creating the perfect ambiance for summoning something. Unfortunately, it was Harold, the spirit of forgetting snack cravings, the memory of cheese puffs, and so.
That's literally what I had as a snack. I had cheese puffs and then.
Sounds like he was like picking up on the vibe.
I like SD's Sky.
Let's see. Sky. Mm-hmm.
She lit the candles one by one until their light was all that filled the room. How else was she supposed to call forth her sister's soul to inhabit her body and find her killer?
Whoa!
Ooh.
That would be an amazing opening line for a mystery, like a supernatural mystery.
That was good.
Mm-hmm. Courtney.
Find Courtney's. Let's see. Fire by fire, light by light. I really wish I weren't afraid of the dark. I chat into the night. I love the rhyming structure. Love, love, love the rhyming structure.
And K's.
Let's see. K's. There's so many. All right, there's that.
She stumbled upon an altar flickering candles, each flame dancing to a heartbeat not her own. When she blew one out, someone she loved forgot her name.
Ooh. That's a really good start for a story. Or like the end of a story. Ooh, that's really good. Let's see. What else do I see? Let's see. We got Mama Maggie panicking at the last minute. Not if the Semaine party was at her flat. Sabrina stuffed pink things she owned into a closet. She pulled out the half-burnt candles of the ever dinner party they never attended and lit them in the fireplace and floated others in the black lager and blackberry punch. So they floated amongst the belladonna flowers.
Samhain.
I feel like we got a whole vibe there. I feel like we got a whole vibe.
Yeah.
I was like, I think we got the whole scene in in 2 sentences.
Hell yeah. Very cool.
I just love these. It makes your brain go creative.
Yeah, and I think it's because it's such an easy ask because it's only 2 sentences, right? So it allows us to unlock our creativity with like ideas that might be floating around or things that strike. And I definitely have to say, Rach, these were some great pictures. These were absolutely some great pictures and great choices. I feel like that definitely helped like inspire everybody's creativity here in the community.
Yeah, this was fun.
That was the goal, so I'm glad we got it.
It's a really interesting challenge to force yourself to think in a very confined, limited space, which is kind of what the flash fiction thing was all about, right? Like, do the story, do it in only these many words, and now we're doing it in 2 sentences. Look at you guys go. See, you can do it. You can totally do it.
Oh, man. Well, everyone, thank you so much for participating in that. That was super fun. I knew we had to take a little bit of a breather from our story readings, but we still have some exciting story readings coming up in just a bit. Before we get on to the next round of story readings and figuring out who the 4 finalists are, before we get into the live final showdown and a little later in the stream, we're going to try to see if we can summon Mr. Crow from the sky. So, You guys might remember this from yesterday. I need your help. I need your help to see if we're able to summon Mr. Crow from the sky. Type in Mr. Crow into the chat and let's see if we're able to summon Mr. Crow. All right, so help me type in Mr. Crow into the chat, and we're going to see if we're able to summon Mr. Crow from the sky. We're going to try this. We're going to try. Everyone help me, Mr. Crow. Can we summon him for his shinies? You all voted on what elements of the story that you liked. We're going to see. All right, and drum roll. I'll see if I can get Mr. Crow into here. And let's see. Mr. Crow, are you here?
Yes.
Mr. Crow, you're back. I was so worried you might be too busy dealing with your arch your rival.
Again, there are no rivals, as no one is worthy to ruffle my feathers.
Man, Mr. Crow, were you able to find some more shinies for some of our semifinalists?
Finding is never the problem. It's choosing which ones I wish to part with.
Mr. Crow, do you have a whole collection of shinies somewhere?
I'll never tell.
You'll never tell your secret, or else. What happened to the last time somebody found your shinies, Mr. Crow?
Well, a few of the historical stories have shown what happens to those.
A few of the historical stories? Is like which one? Were you involved in history?
I am history.
Oh, that's right, because Mr. Crow,
It
you've
is
been
my
around.
story that is his story.
So all of history is just following your history, isn't that right?
Now you have it.
Okay. I think I'm starting to get the hint. So, Mr. Crow, when will your memoir or autobiography come out?
All biographies and memoirs are mine. They're all a part of me.
Are you just a part of all stories since the beginning of time, Mr. Crow?
That's what I've been telling you.
Well, Mr. Crow, we're going to try to see if we can offer up some of these shinies to some of our semifinalists. I think we've had a couple more stories today. Do you think that they're deserving of some of your shinies?
I think a few have shown they are sparkling without my shinies, but I can part with my shinies to show my appreciation.
Ooh, excellent. All right. Well, let me see. So, all right. So we'll start, let's see, with our story. Mr. Crow, let me see if I can do it. So without further ado, I'll let you do the honors of presenting our first shiny.
Very well. For echoes after silence. A story that shows us It's never too late.
A story that shows us it's never too late. Wow. Mr. Crow, have you ever been in love before?
Once, a long time ago.
It sounds like that story really resonated with you? That maybe there's love out for you yet, Mr. Crow?
Never again.
Well, I think it shows in echo after silence that this was definitely a story where it shows that love, it is never too late. That was such a heartwarming story. So we're going to award this shiny to Silas Inkwood. Congratulations, as voted on by the live stream community. And I think we got another one, Mr. Crow, if you're willing to part with one more shiny.
Very well.
All right, and I got it up here, and I'll let you do the honors.
For Raine's fire. Story that warmed me from the inside.
Ooh, I felt like we were on fire with Raine's fire. And this was what everyone here in the community voted on for the story that warmed me in from the inside. Oh man. Oof. Mr. Crow, have you ever dealt with any fire types yourself? Fire.
I remember the heat, but none of my feathers have been scorched.
Ooh, man. Mr. Crow, we have to know. We have to know the answer. Does magic exist out there? Is magic real?
I can confirm it is.
Woo! Yes. All right, we've solved it. We've solved the mystery of life over here. There's magic, and it sounds like you've dealt with some fire on your end, just a little bit. And oof, man, this story definitely it warmed me from the inside. All right, and Mr. Crow, do you think you might be willing to part with one more shiny?
I shall.
All right, and let's see. So I think we got one more shiny queued up for our dragons. Oof, to feel the sun again. All right, Mr. Crow, take it away.
Another warmth from the sun. For a story that showed it takes one open-minded person or dragon to change things.
Congratulations, Arielle, for your story to feel the sun again. Oh, what a great character journey, and showing that whether you're a dragon or not, that you can change things as voted on by the live stream community. Writers, thank you so much for voting on these recognitions. Thank you so much. Mr. Crow, I have to know. Do you know any dragons you can introduce to the community?
All dragons have been shared. Of course, there's one that likes to show off more than others.
Ooh. And which one is that, Mr. Crow? Do you have experience with this dragon?
Yes. His name is Puff.
This the dragon that likes to show up is Puff. Mr. Crow, how did you meet, and how did you encounter Puff? Does Puff have magic?
He likes to think so. But he just keeps trying.
He just keeps trying. Well, Mr. Crow, I have to say, that was absolutely phenomenal. It sounds like you know quite a few magical creatures from your time.
They have gotten to know me.
They've gotten to know you. Mr. Crow, how does I've never heard of you from well, I guess don't know any of these creatures. Maybe I just don't know anybody. Crow, do you have any recommendations on meeting any magical creatures?
Sitting in silence long enough.
Okay. So like meditating.
If you wish. But as long as you are open to them, they will show themselves to you.
As long as I am open to them, they will show themselves to me. All right. And you hear from the chat, heard it from Mr. Crow. If you open yourselves, we can find some magic creatures out there. Mr. Crow, can I just have your thoughts? What do you think of the semi-finalist stories so far?
These last 3 have been warming me in different ways.
That definitely makes sense. They were definitely heartwarming for very, very different reasons. They definitely were. Have you read your share of stories before, Mr. Crow?
No need to read when you lived it.
No need to read when, yes, and Mr. Crow, you've definitely lived it all. Are there any stories that you can share with us from your travels from the beginning of time?
I remember flying across the sea as the water lifted and the skies fell. Wait. No. Sorry, that's the future.
Oh no! Oh no! As the water lifted and the skies fell. I don't even know if to be more I don't even know what to think, Mr. Crow. You can travel to the future?
I exist in all time.
Mr. Crow, what does the future look like? Is it that bleak? Is the sky really going to be falling?
For you,
no.
It will not occur.
All right. Well, I'm glad that I'll be able to dodge a bullet. Hopefully, we'll be able to save the WriteNow community with us when the sky falls. I just want to say, Mr. Crow, thank you for joining us. And I hope we'll be able to get a couple more shinies from you. We have a few more stories coming up in just a moment.
I look forward to walking down memory lane.
You look forward to walking down memory lane. Well, I'm definitely looking forward to that as well. Mr. Crow, thank you so much for joining me today. I'll let you get going back to the skies, wherever you're off to next.
I shall return.
All right. And you all heard it from Mr. Crow. Thank you, Mr. Crow, for joining us. Let's give them a big round of applause. Mr. Crow, we appreciate you. All right. So, wow. So I'm so glad we were able to give out just a couple shinies for some deserving writers in the community. They were absolutely deserving of it. And what some great voting and stories read so far. But you're in luck because we're not done yet. We still got another 3 semi-finalist stories to get through. But before we do, I want to do a quick call out for one of our other Oracle team members. So I want to call out for Lynn for Alessa Winters. She is one of our oracles that has been helping us behind the scenes, backstage. And I just want to say that she has been so incredible in helping us bring this festival, this competition to life. I couldn't have done this without you. And I really wanted to do a shout out to her stories, because if there's one thing that I know about her, it's that she's so consistent. She's one of the most consistent writers I know. And she has, let me make sure I pull this up correctly. She has her series of books that I want to direct your attention to. Chat, we'll throw it down in the chat for you. So I want to throw attention to you for Lynn. If you want to go check it out, The Girl Who Brings the Dead. It's a paranormal horror romance. Lyra is always able to sense the death around her, but had promised to never bring someone back. For down that path lay demons, and down that path brings ruin. And just so you know, this is an excellent series. All 6 books are available on Amazon and Kindle Unlimited. So the series is done. Go check it out. It's super cool, and you'll be able to go see what is going on with this story. Definitely paranormal horror romance, and I know we have a lot of love for that in the community. So definitely go check out her stuff. Really cool. And once again, my friend, thank you so much for everything you do in the community. I appreciate you. Whether we're on stage and putting on the show and being in the spotlight, or whether we're helping with all the other logistics that we've been doing for the past couple of months, appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much for what you do. Guys, go support her. We dropped the links to her books down in the chat. We always want to support the other writers in our community. All right. Wonderful. So thank you guys all so much for that. And I think it's time to get into the next story. So I think we're going to be hopping into the next story. I think we are all queued up here. And I know you guys are probably super eager to read and hear the next 3 stories. We're going to be hopping into the next one, and then make sure to drop some comments. Let us know what you love, and stick around, because we're going to be announcing the finalists after, the top 4 finalists who made it through the competition. And we're going to be giving them another live judging, and we're going to see who are we going to be crowning the top 2 winners of the Fated Fantasy competition. All right, my friends, and without further ado, we are going to be hopping into Grimoire's Vow. Raine must search within the pages of her soul to seek the answer, with the lives of Museville and her grimoire hanging in the balance at the hands of a ravishing bandit king, Vesh de la Rosa. And here as a guest author to help us do the reading live, I'd like to introduce Chandra Arthur. Is a science fiction, fantasy, and historical fiction writer of full-length novels, flash fiction, and everything in between. Full-time dog and cat mom. By day, she is an IT professional and a writer by night. And when she isn't writing, you can find her poring over a book, playing computer games, drinking coffee, and sometimes all 3. My philosophy on writing changes from one project to another. Please help me welcome to the stage Chandra Arthur. Yep.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. Thank you so much for joining me. And let me ask, how do you pronounce it? Is it Chandra or Chandra? Chandra. Okay, cool. I was like, I have to get people's names right, and I am so honored to have you joining us for this for the competition.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here.
Mm-hmm. Is how are you doing today? Are you feeling excited about this story?
Yes, I'm actually I don't usually have this much time in advance to get nervous, and I did a really good job of getting nervous right
Oh,
before. I was listening to some of the other readers, and everyone's done just such an amazing job. So I think you all have set a high bar.
yeah, I know we have such different. We have such a variety of readers who've agreed to join us throughout both days of the competition. But I just want to say, totally no pressure at all. I know the writer, I know Megan, she's so excited to hear it, and I'm sure you're going to be phenomenal. I read stories every weekend through the weekly streams, and the number of times that I mistake words, I mess up, I'm laughing at myself half the time. So I'm super excited. Totally no pressure, my friend. What we're gonna do is we're gonna hop right into the reading. If you're here in the chat, drop a comment. Let us know, what do you think of the story? Is there something you love? Is there something you think that's amazing? Let us know, and then we'll be joining with the other co-hosts after and talking through the story. All right, and let me make sure. Give me just a second. Got to get the story up on my end. Let's see. So we have Grimoire's Vow, and I think I am all ready. And all right, perfect. So without further ado, let's get this up. All right, Chandra. So I am all set here. I'll hop backstage and I'll come join you after. You're welcome to start whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. Grimoire's Vow. Surrender the Grimoire, or let the town burn and its citizens, alongside her friends, die? That was Vesh Dolorosa's ultimatum. What was Raine to do? If Renee's supposed to save the world from Baylor, how will she stop Vesh and his crew of treasure-seeking bandits from destroying the town without giving up the Grimoire or the lives of the civilians? If she gave up the tome, the world's doomed. If she refused, everyone dies. The silk tassel wound around her arm, softly caressing her skin. Their pages violently trembled. The sheets threatened to come undone and scatter like leaves. It wasn't just the lives of her friends and townfolk hanging in the balance, but the book as well. Sweat dropped down her face, her teeth clenched, clutching the book closer to her chest like a mother bear protecting her cub. Her eyes locked onto Vesh's men, surrounding the villagers and her friends with their blades, ready to begin the slaughter fest when their boss gave the word. Come now, Sunbeam. We don't have all day, Vesh Dolorosa said, his palm planted against his hip. He turned towards the hostages, a twisted grin spread across his face. If you don't give me an answer within 5 minutes, then I'm going to assume you value that dusty old book over the lives of these fine folk. The clock was ticking. 5 minutes to decide. But would it be the right call or the wrong call? Either way, both routes led to doom. What can she do? She's supposed to be the one who's destined to save the world. How can she save the world if she can't even save her friends, let alone the people of Newsville? Her mind was blank, like a sheet of paper, and her thought pen was stiff as a board. She was at a loss. What was she to do? Renee gazed down at the blades of grass to keep Vesh from seeing the welting tears forming, ready to burst at any moment. Her legs wouldn't stop shaking. Any second, she'd succumb to gravity and fall to her knees in surrender. Was this it? Is this where her story ends? Halfway through her heroic adventure, only to end at the hands of a flamboyant, devilish man and his bandit bros. How would her parents react to learning their little girl failed to fulfill the prophecy and lost their most cherished heirloom in one day? It'd be a cosmic level disaster. They'd write a story about the loser mage that let a treasure hunting bandit king steal the grimoire and bring the ruin of the entire world in one day. 3 minutes, darling, he said in a sing-song tone. Tick-tock, tick-tock. She racked her brain again, hoping to find a sliver of hope amongst the growing darkness sweeping across her mind like a storm of bats. Just one tiny light bulb that'll drive back the screeching doubt echoing across every corner of her mind. You won't know what you can achieve if you let fear win. A warm, crisp voice pressed through the veil of gloom, burning away the dark and allowing the light to regain a position of the land. The world can be a benevolent but cruel teacher. Each test contains a lesson. At times, you will fail, but each setback bestows experience that'll prepare you for how you approach the problem to overcome its trial. A face slowly materialized, rippling through the crackling flames. A cloaked man with a tender smile. It was the traveling nomad she ran into in the woods while practicing her magic. There's no book telling you how to be a crystal mage. The only guide that holds the answers is your heart. Learn from within, and you'll find what you seek to apply in times of peril. Smoke enveloped the man's face until nothing remained but the echoes of his voice. Renee let the man's words loop around like a record left on repeat. The only guide that holds the answers is your heart. Learn from within. Find what you seek to apply in times of peril. Was her heart the guide that held the answer she'd been seeking? Was that what the man was trying to tell her? 2 minutes, reminded Vesh, effortlessly drumming his foot. Rest- restlessly drumming his foot. 2 minutes. Time was running out. Her brain didn't have much in the suggestion box to provide her help, so there wasn't any choice but to try to listen to what her heart had to say. Just listen to your heart. It will provide the answer Renee's been seeking. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and turned out the world around her. She couldn't hear the villagers' pleas, the bandits' devilish cackling, or Vesh's insistent tapping. The wind, the whistling wind ruffled the trees, was the only sound passing through her ears. Renee was in her fortress of quietude. She found herself in her family library, shelves of books stretching for miles on end. The warm kaleidoscope colors danced off the stained glass windows, and a faint fruity aroma drifted off a dimmer incense burner. A servant would light it once a week to purify the room from the musky stench apartments tucked at the far end, sealed off from tainting the collection. Renee found herself sitting at a mahogany table. Before her there was a powdered blue tome. Flowers and butterflies entangled the spine, splitting into two paths around Renee Ashlyn, and an outline of stars surrounded a magenta knot heart resting in the center of the front cover. A luscious quill nestled next to the book. Slowly, it began to levitate while the tome threw itself halfway, opening to two voided pages. The quill tip began to glisten, making swift strokes against the parchment. Kaleidoscopic ink coated every inch of the paper, but instead of giant blotches, pictures began to manifest. The first illustration showed Renee rescuing a carbuncle from a trap on the first day of her adventure. Words began to materialize on the opposite corner of the drawing. Compassionate, kind. The picture on the next page recounts her helping Tucker retrieve his belongings from two bumbling twin goblins by tricking them into a trade by offering an enchanted geode, which, upon breaking open, spewed hundreds of amethysts. Just like the previous page, the top and bottom corners contained two words: resourceful, brave, compassionate, kind, resourceful, brave. Four cores that made up Renee, four strengths that helped her through the first few days of her journey. Despite being a greenhorn, she applied her knowledge to carefully getting a carbuncle out of a cage, to tricking two goblins into getting Tucker's bag back. In truth, she did she didn't have a knack for lockpicking, so she was winging it until the lock clicked. When she tricked the Bronze Brothers, her insides were quivering like jello, fearing they'd catch on and kill the two right on the spot. But it all turned out in the end. She saved the carbuncle, Tucker got his stuff back, and she gained two friends. She watched the page turn to a fresh canvas. The quill levitated over the blank page and drew an illustration of Raine. The pen's tip tapped her drawing before levitating toward the next page and wrote, "Your story has just begun. Don't let the blots besmirch your destiny." The pen fell between the cracks of the book just as the library began to quake. Shelves trembled as the books fell toward the ground. Raine held tight to her chair as the room began to dissolve back into darkness. Her eyes fluttered as she pulled back into reality by a gong, courtesy of one of Vesh's men. Time was up. It was judgment time. "Time's up, little sunbeam." "Give us your answer," commanded Vesh, slowly reaching for his rapier. "Will you surrender your valuable grimoire to save the precious townsfolk, or will you let their blood spill just to save your hide?" Surrender the book or let the townsfolk die? A moment ago, she was quaking in her boots about what choice to make. But after diving deep within herself, she found her answer. Raine raised her head, her shimmering hazel eyes gazing directly at Vesh. Her brows furrowed, her nose scrunched like a rabbit as she opened her mouth to deliver her choice to the dashing treasure hunter. To his surprise, the words that passed through her lips weren't the answer he was expecting. "No." "No? No? What do you mean, no?" barked Vesh, arching a brow. "No, as in I will not neither surrender the grimoire, let you take the lives of these folk, nor my friends." She glanced at the townfolk and Tucker cradling the carbuncle in his arms. She gave her friends a soft, assuring smile, as if telling them, "It's okay. It's going to work out." "Oh, and how will you save the townfolk if there's just one of you and 8 of us, including moi?" He pulled the rapier from its sheath, pointing directly at Raine. "You think you're some kind of hero?" "Actually, yes, I am," Raine said, releasing her grip on the grimoire as it slowly floated up towards her head level. "And I'm about to show you what I can do. For I am Raine Ashlyn, the celestial mage." The book began to hum, pages shimmering in radiant gold, flying down in front of Raine and opening itself before her. Inscribed into the parchment was a spell, magic manifestation. Just above the magic diagram, an incantation. Strange. The grimoire's never done this before. Were they responding to her strong desire to save the townsfolk and her friends? She didn't know what was happening, but Raine had to trust Lyra. Hovering a hand over the book, she felt the warmth of the glimmering light tickle her fingertips as she focused on the incantation. "Alicia, bringer of life, bestow upon me your divine blessing to protect humanity. From evil's might in my worthy hands, I'll shine my light to castrate the darkness." A glittering magic circle materialized under her feet, radiating a soft, elegant glow. Slowly, it rose off the ground and ascended across her body. She felt the warm, tranquil energy caress against her skin, her clothes caught in a spiral of celestial dust, transforming into a lavish mage outfit. Once the circle finished passing her head, she donned a Sienne witch's hat embroidered with angelic wings encasing an eclipse of the sun and moon. If Raine could see herself in a mirror, she'd geek over how she nearly resembled one of the magical girls in one of her favorite manga series. A mini cyclone of gold dust spun in the center of the book, manifesting a luscious crystal quill. Plucking the pen and holding it high, trailing the tail of sparkles behind, rearing back her arm and tightly grasping the quill, she slashed the air, and a golden light encased the pen, causing it to grow into a magic staff. Holding her book in one hand and the staff in the other, she stood tall, glaring daggers at Vesh and his men. I hope you and your men are ready, Vesh, because you're about to be schooled. Oh, and how are you going to school us? Turn us into frogs? Vesh joked. Nope. With this. Gaia's cage, shouted Raine. Rising her staff in the air, the staff glistened. The ground softly began to quake as vine shoots out from under Vesh and his bandits' feet, constricting their bodies as they sprang into the air. The base blossomed into multicolored sunflowers as the roots threw the bandits down onto the floor. The tips of the roots tied to the top of the floral prison like a bow around a present. Achoo! Achoo! This isn't achoo! A good for my sinuses. Achoo! Vesh said between his sneezing fits. Collins, achoo! Staining my coat. Achoo! The villagers and her friends cheered. She did it. Raine defeated the bandits in one fell spell.
All right, and that was it. Oh my goodness, you did a really, really great job. I was like, let me find our other co-host and Holly. Awesome. Yeah, Chandra, you did such a great job with that reading. You
Thank
really,
you.
really did. I was like, there was definitely some hard pronunciations in there because it's a fantasy language, and I definitely would have butchered like half of them. If I
I'm not
hadn't
going to lie.
prepared.
I was searching some of them
Mhm,
beforehand. Like, let me
mhm,
make sure I go over this so I have the
mhm.
pronunciation right.
Oh man, and I can tell the chat was definitely really enjoying it. What'd you guys think of the story?
I did love the sneezing fit at the end. That
Yeah.
was top tier. I didn't see that one coming at all.
I know. I felt like it was kind of like a funny little twist at the end. I feel like as a fantasy lover, I loved the fact that it was really focused on this book, right? Obviously the grimoire, and we kind of get this like magic system throughout, and it felt like it was unique and fun, and I felt like I was exploring the magic and this book, this grimoire throughout the story.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I like the spell, like Gaia's cage, how she like wrangled up
There
Vesh
were
and all
also
the
a couple
bandits.
of lines in there that I really liked. Just the poetry of them,
Mhm.
and some of them were just very lyrical, and I thought that was pretty.
Yeah, there was definitely a poetic undertone to it. I'm looking at this one section. Elijah, bringer of life, bestow upon me your divine blessing to protect humanity. From evil's might, in my worthy hands, I'll shine my light to castrate the darkness. There's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you can tell there's like such a poetry to the spell, to the incantations. And I think that's really, really well done. That's kind of hard to get a hang of, especially in like a magical world.
Yes, it is. It's a very different style for poetry and working that into like a spell form in a
Hmm.
story versus the actual like prose of the story. So I think
Hmm.
that's great. And then to also have such a different tone for the dialogue,
Hmm.
and make the characters distinct. It has a lot of different voices in it, and that's really cool.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I felt like and I really liked the character journey. I feel like they were going along with the grimoire the entire time, and then by the end, I was expecting like something like crazy to happen, and then we get that kind of like funny twist at the end. I'm like, all right, wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, yeah, that was great.
Mhm.
And Renee was such like an admirable main character. Like I loved there were those flashbacks to the times when she was, I had to write down, compassionate, kind,
Mhm.
resourceful, brave. So it was just like, oh, she's such a good person, and she didn't give up her values to defeat Vesh. She was able to do both.
Mhm. Oh man, was there a moment that really like stood out for you guys? Where you're like, this is kind of like the cool element of this story.
I mean, like her realizing that she didn't have to give up the grimoire and she could save the townsfolk,
I
like
know.
that was cool. And then he's like, "What are you gonna do? Like turn us into frogs?" And she's like, I love the part like you're about to get schooled. Us judges loved that line.
Yeah, I can definitely tell that there was a huge attention, not just into the magic and the world building, but the style and the word choice. You can tell there was definitely some really clever moments, and there was just a lot of thought put into it, which I could tell was definitely is what made it fun. And I think anytime we get to do anything with spells and magic, and if we're able to figure out how do we subvert expectations, especially as a fantasy nerd, I think that's always a really, really great strategy.
Definitely.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, and I can definitely tell from the chat, we've definitely got some great comments and some great insight over here as well. I know Megan's definitely sharing a number of insight from her book. Chandra, how do you feel the reading went?
I was really pleased. I was nervous going into it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like I often read aloud,
Mm-hmm.
so it's one of those. I feel like it's a skill, especially to try to pick up the voices or like know who's anticipate who's speaking
Mm-hmm.
next and
It is.
what their tone
It's
is.
hard. It's definitely hard because I do the live readings on the biweekly Saturday stream, and I don't ever read any of the stories beforehand. So I always like pulling them up, and I'm kind of learning the stories as I'm doing it. And I'm trying to figure out like, okay, is it this character voice or is it this one? I feel like for me that's part of the challenge.
Yes, yes, for
Mhm.
sure. I enjoyed that. It definitely reminds me to like read aloud more because I do feel like you get different things from the story when you're
Mhm.
not just like reading it in your head when you're actually like reading it aloud.
Oh yeah, and I would have to like, especially with this story in particular, I think hearing you read those incantations, I feel like it really brought it to life for me.
Oh, thank you.
Mhm.
I enjoyed reading this.
Awesome. Well, I would say that was definitely a really, really solid semi-finalist story. Very, very cool. I'm like so excited. Make sure everyone to go vote. We just dropped the voting link down in the chat. So go vote now on which recognition do you think applies to Grimoire's Vow? So definitely go vote now. And we're going to try to see if we can pull Mr. Crow back from the aether, from the skies, to be able to offer up some more shinies. So that was awesome. And I just have to say, Chandra, thank you so much for joining us today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
I was like, you definitely did a great job with the reading. You nailed it out. If you hadn't said anything, I never would have known. You were you did a really great job.
Same.
Oh, thank you.
And just so if anyone wants to know, or where can they find out more about you, or is there anything that you're currently working on, or that you want to share with the community?
Yeah, so I do write a lot of flash fiction with my co-author Natalie Locke. We have the 1,000 word series out
Mhm.
with a lot of flash fiction writing prompts, and
Okay.
I've been submitting to a lot of contests lately. So I have a lot of information on my blog with details, how that's been going, anything that I've learned through the experience, and also on my newsletter. So definitely check that out on my website.
Awesome. I definitely love that you have a newsletter. We all know as writers, we got to have the newsletters. So definitely really cool. Thank you so much for sharing that. Well, we've dropped that down in the chat for you. And you guys, if you're watching the stream, you can go find that down in the YouTube description linked. So if you want to go find out more about Chandra, definitely go check it out. And thank you for joining us again today.
Thank
It's a
you.
pleasure to meet you, and I'm sure we'll see you around the live streams.
Yes, absolutely.
Awesome. And thank you so much. And Holly, wow.
Woo.
Wow. Oof. Man, I cannot believe it. We have gone on quite a journey. I didn't know we were going straight into spells and magic next. I really, really like that. I actually thought that was super cool.
Yes, we had all that variety yesterday, and then today it's
Mhm.
just building still. So much variety,
Mhm.
like that we're just so impressed by.
Yeah. So I just want to do a really quick shout out for people who are just hopping into the stream right now. So we're going to be hopping into our next story in just a second. I want to make sure that we are. Oh, cool. Yeah, we're on time. I'm like, we're behind. No, we're good. We're chilling. So I'm really happy with where we're at with our stories. And if you're just hopping in, we have only 2 more semifinalist stories that we're going to be hopping into. And for those of you who want to join us, make sure you stick around because we're going to be doing the finalists. And like the banner says, if you're enjoying the stream, follow and subscribe. You guys know the spiel. We're here to help writers write. We're here to help you be more consistent, help you be more accountable, so that way you can do the thing that we all want to do here, which is write our stories, get them published, and share them with the world. Whether you're looking for a writing community, whether you're looking for feedback, whether you're looking to talk with other writers, we got it all. So come join us on the Discord, tap that follow and subscribe button, and join us because we stream every single day. And you'll see all these writers again. Holly's with me literally. Holly's shows up on the writers group and other things all the time. And other writers in the community. So definitely tap those buttons and you'll be alerted when we go live. Oof. All right. So I feel really great. Do you think we're ready for that next story?
I think so.
Okay. So without further ado, let me cue this up. So we're going to be hopping into The Divine Move. This is a story about a woman who defies fate for the sake of the one she loves. And then along with that, we have invited a guest reader, and I am so happy to be able to introduce to the stage our author, Kay Parquet. Books have always been Kay's faithful companions. Her escape into worlds of magic, mystery, and machines that run on steam, love, and spells. She's got a soft spot for stories where fantasy meets the future, romance rings true, and where heroes have big hearts and even bigger adventures. Her first loves were comic books, anime, and Star Trek fanfic. Whether it took 5 months or 5 years, you did something extraordinary. You brought your story into the world. And in times like these, stories like yours aren't just important, they're essential. They offer hope, comfort, and connection when we need it most. Please help me welcome to the stage, Kay Parquet. Welcome, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us today. Oh, I think you're muted and...
Well, perfect. I asked you if you could hear me, and you just answered my question.
It's Kathy. I've done that like 3 or 4 times throughout this stream.
It's not a stream without somebody getting muted, right?
Now, some type of like tech gremlin something. But I just have to say, I appreciate you taking time to come and join us this weekend. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. We've been getting so many stories. We've been going on such a journey throughout the course of this weekend between stories of like, we got like djinns and magic and dragons and gods and love and all the other things for the fated fantasy. And I don't even know what to expect for this one. I thought the cover art looked so cool. And I'm sure you're probably super excited to hop into the reading. So we're going to be doing a live reading of this story, The Divine Move. And then make sure to stick around. We'll be having our discussion about the story afterwards. But if there's something that you loved, if there's something that really resonated with you, then make sure to drop a comment, join the conversation, and we'll be back in just a bit. All right, Kay. So I got you all queued up here. The story is all set. I'll be in the back. You just you can start the story whenever you're ready, and I'll be back after the reading.
Okay, sounds good. The Empress was dying. That much was common knowledge in the Imperial Palace, but no one knew why Empress Wu refused to name her successor except Ting. What move should I make now? Ting, it's your turn, you know. She started as her companion's teasing voice shattered her concentration. Yuan smiled and pointed her closed fan at a white stone on the board, indicating her last move. The two women were playing Wei Qi, in a pavilion, Empress Wu encouraged all of Junie's courtiers to play the game of black and white stones to keep their minds sharp. Qing picked up a black stone, but didn't respond. She rolled it between her fingers as she returned her attention to the game. Traditionally, the board represented the land of Junie, enclosed by the mountains in the cardinal directions, while the stones represented its people. The object of Wei Qi was to place your stones to control as much on the board as possible. While Qing had been distracted, Yuan had erased her first move advantage. She pursed her lips and played an aggressive move deep in Yuan's eastern territory. "So, did you ask?" Yuan's tone was casual, but her upturned eyes were beseeching. Qing briefly indulged a feeling of superiority. As Empress Wu's health failed, she had been forced to confide in her advisors more, and Qing's pragmatism made her one of Wu's preferred proxies in matter of state. Unfortunately, her new status didn't always mean she could get what she wanted. "I did, but she said we shouldn't spread our soldiers too thin for minor affairs, and I agree. Those bandits aren't minor to the villages they attack," Yuan punctuated her argument by placing her move with a sharp click. "That's true, but," as Qing continued playing, she realized Yuan had already countered her earlier aggressive move. She played on, not wanting to concede the game or the argument, but the board quickly reached the endgame. Both women's fingers gracefully rearranged the intertwined chains of black and white stones for counting. Qing had lost by over 20 stones, a huge margin. Yuan's elegant and refined style usually prevailed in their daily games, and if only rulership were as simple as placing stones on a board, Qing mused. As they cleared the board, Yuan's expression darkened. "Qing, people are talking of strange weather, demons. Maybe the Empress has lost the mandate of heaven." "You shouldn't listen to gossip and superstitious nonsense, Yuan. The Empress and ministers will figure out what to do." "I'm going to the mountains again to pray for guidance," said Yuan. Qing took hold of Yuan's hand. "Heaven will do as it wills, Yuan. Let's play another game." Yuan smiled but shook her head. Her hand slipped out of Qing's as she got up to leave. As Yuan walked up the mountain path, she looked at Qing. Her friend was dragging her feet and pouting. Yuan bit back laughter. She knew Qing hated these pilgrimages of hers, but she always came along anyway, like a stray puppy. "Because she cares about me." The thought quelled her amusement. If only Qing cared about the people even half as much. Finally, they came to a clear spring, and Yuan knelt in prayer, closing her eyes and putting her hands together. Qing reluctantly followed suit. A strange beast leapt out from the dense bamboo and stopped in front of them. It had horns and a body of a deer, but it was covered in iridescent blue-green scales and a shiny golden mane. "A qilin!" Yuan went breathless in awe. Supposedly qilin appeared to those who had the favor of heaven. She stood up and reached out with one hand, her fingers briefly touching its nose. The qilin knelt with its forelegs, almost as if bowing to Yuan. Then it tossed its head and bounded off. Yuan turned to Qing in excitement. "It's a sign!" Qing's face was deathly pale as she shook her head. "You mustn't take the throne, Yuan." "But if it's heaven's will..." Qing turned abruptly and sprinted back the way they had come. Yuan followed, frowning. Why was Qing so adamant about this? She would just have to talk to Empress Wu herself. Unfortunately, when she arrived back at the palace, the Empress was no longer among the mortal realm. Qing gripped her robes tightly as she looked at Yuan's resolute face. The heated debate over the succession had begun immediately after the Empress's funeral rites and had been going for days. She knew her friend was about to make her move. Would Qing's response be enough? Yuan stood up in front of the assorted ministers and courtiers. Her friend's calm voice cut through the babble. "A qilin appeared before me. I present myself as candidate for the throne." A surprised hush fell. Empress Wu had also claimed Qilin's favor when she took the throne. Yet no one had expected someone as unassuming as Yuan to do the same. Before the shock wore off, Ching loudly said, "The Qilin appeared before me as well. If that is a criteria, then out of the two of us, I am better suited to rule Juni. Yuan lacks the necessary temperament." Yuan looked profoundly surprised and hurt. She obviously had not expected her closest friend to publicly turn on her. Ching hardened her heart, thinking back to the Empress's last fevered words to her. "When heaven chooses Juni's ruler, it is a blessing and a curse. They grant the land prosperity and take our life force as their due." Ching had passed this off as delirium until she'd seen the Qilin with her own eyes. She looked Yuan in the eyes. Her friend would undoubtedly accept the burden, even knowing its cost, but Ching would never sacrifice Yuan's life. A new debate began. Everyone found the Qilin's endorsement and the implicit mandate of heaven an acceptable way to avoid a more bitter and potentially bloody power struggle. Various ways to decide between the two women were put forward. Finally, one of the ministers spoke up. "Wei Qi was gifted to us by the heavens, and Empress Wu always said skill in Wei Qi reflected a ruler's suitability to rule. Why not have them play a match to decide?" Ching smiled tightly. A seemingly fair proposition that actually favored Yuan. That minister was one of Yuan's most ardent suitors, so it had been easy for Ching to plant the suggestion in his head earlier. I don't think," said Yuan hesitantly. Ching cut her off. "Agreed. We should settle this matter with skill, not superstition." Yuan blinked in confusion, but Ching didn't have any better option. Yuan was more popular, and the debate would have eventually swung her way. Ching would just have to find a way to win. "And the loser leaves the capital forever," she added. She needed to remove Yuan from any possibility of ever reaching the throne. Excuse me. The misery that shone in Yuan's eyes at this last part nearly broke Ching, but nothing showed on her face. Ching did her best to ignore the sweat running down her back. The assembled onlookers had mercifully fallen silent, but she felt the pressure of their various judgments. Yuan looked as flawlessly composed as she had at the beginning of the game, and Ching had spent the hours leading up to the match studying their previous game records, devising gambits and counters, but it was all coming to naught. Perhaps this truly is heaven's will, she thought. In her desperation, Ching initiated a ko, a position where a single stone can be captured back and forth, but both sides must expend threats elsewhere in order to continue the cycle. She gave ground on all fronts in her bid to win the ko. Yuan's brow wrinkled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Ching sensed the unspoken question. Why does this matter? Truthfully, Ching did not know the answer herself. Sometimes a ko occupied a strategically valuable intersection, but not this one. It made no sense to sacrifice the rest of the board for its sake. Finally, Yuan gave way, placing a move to aid her large northern group instead of retaking the ko, sacrificing a single stone for the greater good, the correct choice that Ching could not bring herself to make. Ching placed her move to secure the ko, white stone hitting the word wood formally. Even if it was hopeless, even if it led to calamity, she would not surrender. The world began to melt away as fatigue narrowed Yuan's vision to the board and her dearest friend sitting before her. Despite the good fortune of drawing black and the first move, it had taken every bit of her skill to fend off Ching's attacks. Yuan knew this was the last time she would ever play Wei Qi with Ching. Part of her wished the game could continue forever, but she had to win and become empress, for the good of all. A straightforward path to the end was clear in Yuan's mind. She reached into her bowl, picking up a black stone, and froze. That unimportant ko she had conceded to Ching many moves ago now obstructed her path. Did she? No, she couldn't have. The number of possible moves in a game of Wei Qi were beyond heaven and earth. No mere mortal could have foreseen that Yuan would arrive at this one path out of the myriad ways to reach the end of the game. Ching's determination had produced a miracle. Yuan kept staring at the board. No matter how she examined it, all of the patterns now led to Black's loss by a single stone. Her hand moved forward. Trembling fingers held the stone of the board. Yuan bowed her head. I resign. She staggered to her feet and fled, eyes stinging with tears. Ching caught up to her outside her room. After a moment of silence, Ching blurted out, I'm sorry, I had to do it. Yuan felt a rush of anger. You never did care enough about the bigger picture, Ching. And she sighed. Perhaps I'm not so different. Sometimes one cannot help but cherish a single flower at the expense of a garden. Yuan realized she was still holding the stone she hadn't played. She pressed it into Ching's hand. She felt the cool touch of her friend's fingers as they spasmed close around the stone. That brief sensation lingered in Yuan's heart the rest of her days. Ching sat on the throne utterly alone. Natural disasters and wars had plagued the entirety of her reign. She had held Junie together through the years of chaos with an iron fist, but resentment was building amongst her subjects. She picked up the letter. Yuan had sent her many letters over the years. Ching never wrote back. This one was simply a simple inquiry after Ching's health, and then she noticed something on the other side. A Wei Qi game record. The players' names were unwritten, although Ching recognized Yuan's style of moves. Her opponent's moves were amateurish, those of a young child, but Ching was faintly reminded of her own style. Ching smiled and set the parchment aside. Suddenly, she sensed a presence in the throne room. Had an assassin managed to bribe one of her guards outside? Or maybe the assassin was one of her guards. She looked up and saw a Qilin standing in the middle of the room. Empress and heavenly beast gazes locked, unyielding brown eyes meeting unnatural violent ones. Instinctively, Ching brandished a fist. To do what, she wasn't sure. The Qilin reared in terror and vanished into thin air. Ching opened her hand. A single stone lay in her palm. She contemplated the tiny disk of dark jade. Indistinguishable from any other Wei Qi piece, but Ching was certain she would have known it anywhere. She held it close, treasuring the echo of Yuan's warmth.
Thank you. That was beautiful, Kay. What a lovely reading.
That was wonderful.
How did you feel reading it?
I had to read it several times beforehand because I was trying to get the words. The author left a pronunciation guide, so I studied that guide for like 2 days to try and get those names right. So it was a little awkward sometimes getting those names in, but other than that, I mean, I think it's a beautiful read.
It definitely
I love
is
the
very
mythology.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
The,
you did a good job with the pronunciations. So
Mm-hmm.
and it really like that this story was just like so immersive and just like completely like drawn into the world that I felt like I was standing over Yuan and Ching, like watching them play Wei Qi too. So that was really, really cool.
I thought it was really cool that they brought that, chess-like game into it and kind of went through the strategies in both of their heads with, their decisions on the many or the one, which, being a Star Trek fan,
Yeah.
I got you.
Sweet.
Yeah, I can do both hands.
Oh, nice.
I'm interested to learn now about it's the Chilin, or is that the name of the creature? Is that how it's spelled? Qilin.
Qilin, yeah.
Qilin. I'm interested now. I'm gonna go look that up because and plus the cover art. I'm like, what is that? I feel like I should know what that is, and now I'm going to go learn about it. So that's one thing I love about when you get something it's a fantasy about cultures that are less familiar to us, and we get to go learn now about the mythos and maybe pantheons of other cultures, and it's just provides such a good opportunity to expand your mind in that beautiful world.
Absolutely. And it does, the Qilin reminds me of, oh Lord, I don't know how to say it. Kirin from Japan, I think,
Okay.
is one of
Yeah.
the mythical creatures. Rach, am I getting that right?
I think so.
Yeah, so it reminds me a lot of the Kirin, which is a really cool mythology thing for them too. So I thought it was, I thought it was really cool. I love this story.
Right on.
Well,
What did you think about the clash of philosophy?
You know, that's always that's like the penultimate riddle for people. Is it the many or the one? Which one are you going to sacrifice? And, you know, you can learn a lot about somebody with what they choose in that. I mean, I was playing a game with my husband the other day and they produced that riddle and we're like, oh, come on. Really?
I think it's fascinating how it reflected the leadership style, you know, of Yuan and Ching, I think is the other one. I'm trying to remember, like pull the character names out of the air here. Yeah, but the leadership style of how, especially clearly how Chin was like, I'm just going to take it all no matter what. I'm never going to back down. And bringing the kingdom to ruin at the end because of that leadership style, and then also losing her closest friend. I mean, all gone, lost everything because they're trying to protect their friend, but did they? Did they?
Yeah.
You know, if they brought the kingdom down. Wow, bless them.
That was just that got me. It hurt my heart because I was like, I mean, you two working together would be an unstoppable team.
Totally.
But you're going to force this. You're going to force it. And I'm like, wow. But that goes along with that philosophy too. So
yeah, bringing it all down. What did you think about it, Holly?
Yeah, I loved that. Like there was that push and pull, and it's like that's what I love in fantasies when there's like that suspense or mystery or thriller elements like in a fantasy too, so that like not knowing like which one are they going to choose, like what are they going to do, who's going to win the game. It makes it like really exciting. So because there's that philosophical like twist in it, made it like really deep. So it's like it wasn't just surface level. Like we had to really think about it too. Like, and what would we do in this situation?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, very cool. Thinking about that kind of ancient culture and having so much on the line, I found it also kind of intriguing that like the council that was around them was like, yeah, just play a game. That'll be fine. Like, but that's how so
fantasy.
I think, exactly. But it's like, gosh, you know, I wonder how different the world would be if it was a battle of wits that determined our leadership. I mean,
also, it just makes me wonder how often that happens behind closed doors. That's another thing that popped through my mind. It's like, what if this is happening and we just don't know?
That would be pretty cool, but at the same time, not.
Yeah,
because you could have like some dude that's a total villain win a game and you're screwed.
Well, I mean, think about the time of knights and you know, and people who were battling, and that's who became the king. And it's like, but what if they cheated? What if they didn't do it?
there's always a way to the throne if you are thusly determined. Yeah, very cool. And I also loved the rich descriptions. This story contains such beautiful prose, and I was really captivated by some of the subtleties, like indicating, like with a flick of the fan and indicating a piece, and just little dainty fingers, just small little touches like that made me go, nom nom. This is such a yummy story.
Definitely show, not tell.
Yes.
Yes, for sure.
Foreshadowing and the way that they use symbolic methods. I loved it.
Yeah, very cool. And also the beautiful friendship and devotion between these two gals, and it was just heartbreaking the decision process that went into it in the end, because you know, Ching knew that Empress Wu told her the kingdom will claim your life, and she's like, not my friend, it can have mine. And it's like, even though she's kind of turned out to be the villain sort of in the end, she was also the hero at the same time. It was just an interesting dichotomy.
Right. And just that final image of like her holding on to that single piece in the end. Ugh.
I know.
And technically, she chose the one over the many, if you look at it that way, too. She chose her friend over the kingdom.
That's true. That's true. If her friend is
She
safe.
really. I was about to say, so she really was doing the opposite. That was part of the whole, I think that's what got the depth for me, was she was really doing the opposite.
Yeah, that inner struggle and outer struggle was just right there, for sure. Well, right on. I have to compliment your amazing peach glasses. Those are so much fun.
Thank you. These are my reading glasses. I have even more flashier ones for driving.
Oh, nice. Need to get some
Okay,
glasses.
do you want to let everybody know what your most recent project was?
Yeah, so I just started the Blossom Street series, which is a romance with mostly grumpy sunshine, because I feel like I have experience with that. So it's one of my favorite series that I've written so far, enough where I have written quite a bit since January, because it just became like a passion project for me, and I think also a shiny. So, but it got my attention for sure. My main series I'm still working on, but if you go to my website, you can see my main series that I'm still working on and the Blossom Street series as well. The Blossom Street series, the first book, just came out June 1st. So I'm planning on publishing more here in a couple of months, but we'll see.
Congratulations. That's very cool. We've got Kay's link in the chat, and we also have vote for the Shinies for the Divine Move. Follow the links and cast your vote.
Unmute.
You guys
There we go.
are awesome. Kay, you've been amazing.
Thank you.
I had so much to say about this, but I feel like you guys all did it justice. This was such a great story. It really was. And I think your reading was really spot on. I feel like I now want to go play and learn this game. Maybe that's the gamer over here. Now I want to learn this game. And
It's
I saw in
the Go. The game
yeah.
Go. It's I think the author said it's the original name for the game Go.
Mm-hmm. That totally makes sense. So, Kay, thank you so much for joining us today. It's
Of course
an incredible reading, and we're going to let you get going. I'm sure we'll be seeing you around.
Yes, definitely. I'm everywhere, or at least I try to be. Thank you very much.
All right, my friend. Take care, and we'll see you soon.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Oof, man. How are you guys doing? That was, once again, another phenomenal, excellent story reading.
I feel like today's going a little faster than yesterday did. It feels like yesterday was just such a learning experience and, a new experience. And so we're kind of watching with anticipation. Now I'm like, we got this. Oh my gosh, we're already, almost there, almost to the end here. My gosh.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that's always the thing when we're doing events and we're doing longer streams like this. It feels like we've gone on such a journey. And I just want to do a check-in here with the chat. How are you guys doing? Are you staying caffeinated? I got my my dragon energy drink over here. Oh man, and I hope everyone's ready. What do you guys have? What's everyone drinking? Drop it down in the chat. I'd love to hear. I know we've been going story after story. And the last two was great. We went from a magical grimoire type world into this very ancient game of what was it called again?
Qi-Ling.
Qi-Ling. I love the terminology.
No, I'm sorry. That was the creature.
Wei Qi.
Wei Qi. Thank you.
And the thing is, all that terminology goes right over my head. But as a reader and a listener, it feels like it all fits the world perfectly. And I think that's what's important.
Hydrate or ditrate.
Oh man. Well, we've definitely had some really, really solid stories out so far. We're going to be getting into the next story, our final semi-finalist story, in just a sec. I can't believe it. We're about to get to number 12, the next story. But before we do, I just wanted to do a quick call out for one of our fellow co-hosts. You guys all know They are working behind the scenes and have been helping us out to bring this competition to life. Maybe you've probably seen them, heard them around the community. I just want to put out a huge thanks to Natalie. Natalie Locke has been incredible in helping us bring the competition to life. She's done a number of different roles in the community with helping us, and I'll leave it at that. But I want to give a quick shout out to going to go pick up her book. Natalie's amazing with prompts and shorts, by the way. One of the books that she came out, yes, thank you for getting that down in the chat. So go check out Natalie Locke Books. Her book is 1,000 Words to Get Started. It's great if you ever feel like you're needing inspiration for that next writing story, for that next prompt, that next idea, or maybe you're going to participate in our next writing competition in the fall, right? So many things. And it is such a great way. There's also a 1,000 Words to Ignite Romance, which I know is the newer one that I think launched earlier. And it's definitely a great way for all you romance lovers out there, or you short fiction, flash fiction writers. So definitely. I know I definitely see the love in the chat. So Natalie, if you're watching behind the scenes, we appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for helping us out, and you also get another heart from us. We all appreciate you. And I think it's always so important. Just because we're the ones who like the attention on screen doesn't mean that everybody else involved isn't just as important.
Amen.
Sassy sisters right here.
What was that?
I said Team Sassy Sisters right here.
Yes.
It's funny. I always get friends or family. They're like, how do you be on live stream and on camera all the time? And I'm like, well, it probably started when I was a little kid, and I wanted to be in theater, and I just liked the spotlight.
Yep.
Love you too, Nat.
I know, right now it's a YouTube, and I didn't even know I never would have guessed that I would be able to, not, I wouldn't say performative, but being able to kind of be like the energetic part of myself in this type of world. I didn't even know this type of world existed before I started last year.
It's amazing how having any kind of spotlight, camera, or attention, all of a sudden it's just a switch, just chink, and you're like, come on, woohoo, let's do it.
For me, it's exhausting because I'm an introvert, but still, I do love it. And I'm so glad that I found the AuthorTube community as a whole because, I mean, everybody's been so supportive. That's the big, cozy part of this.
All right, my friends. Well, I think this is great. I'm sure I'm going to be seeing you guys back in just a little bit. And I have the feeling that everyone is looking forward to our next semi-finalist story before we reveal the finalists and go down into the final showdown. All right. And without further ado, let's hop into Out of Touch. Ari has never known a life away from her master and boss, Varys. She has always trusted and believed that he had her best interests at heart and would guide her on a path of righteousness. But one mission may change her view of Varys, his intentions, and the course of her life together. And helping us to read this as a guest reader is Irene. Was born and raised near the mountains, where she currently lives with her husband, their son, and their fun-loving German Shepherd. Megan is the co-host of the podcast, How to Survive Until You're Published. She primarily writes horror and thrillers, but is also the author of the children's book, I Think My Cat is a Dragon, under the name Megan Walker. When she's not working or writing, Megan can be found biking in the mountains, playing Dungeons and Dragons with her husband and friends, watching horror movies, or traveling the world and collecting mugs. I write fast-paced stories filled with mystery, complex characters, and adventure. Please give a warm welcome to Megan Irene.
For fun.
Welcome, my friend. I'm so glad that you were able to join us for the competition this year around.
Me too. When I saw the story you sent me to, I got super excited. Just the cover art alone got me super excited to read the story. So,
and for anyone who doesn't know, because I know we didn't really advertise this, but you were one of the winners of our last writing competition.
Yeah, I was. Thank you for that. That was super fun in the fall. Definitely fits right into the themes that I write in, thrillers and horror. So,
and I think that's always so cool, right? Because it's a journey, right? Whether in whatever capacity, whatever format we're involved with the different, we kind of do everything here with WriteNow. But I think it's so cool that you were able to come back and join us to come be a guest reader. And now you're kind of on the other side of this when you
yeah, it's been super fun. Yeah, it's definitely, you guys do so much work behind the scenes. Props to you guys. Like, big applause to everyone behind the scenes who makes this work, because I just have a small part reading today, but just seeing everything else you guys put into this, it's incredible. So thank you for doing this.
Of course. Now, Megan, I hope you're ready for a reading. So we're going to hop into the reading of Out of Touch right now. Make sure that if there's something you love, something that stands out, drop a comment, join the conversation, and we'll be joined with the co-hosts after the read. All right. And Megan, I got it all queued up here, and I think we're all ready. So feel free to start whenever you'd like, and I'll be backstage and back in just a bit.
All right, sounds good. Okay, Out of Touch. Varys looked up as I came to stand before him, blanched, and made a noise of disgust. I thought I told you to clean up before you came to see me. I glanced down at my dress. Dark streaks of blood painted the bodice, and huge splotches billowed around the hem. I shrugged, pocketing a blood-slicked knife and wiping sticky fingers in the folds of my skirt. Didn't have time. You said it was urgent. With another sound, this one disapproving and impatient, Varys made a quick sign with his right hand, fingers making rapid figures, and the blood soaked into the fabric vanished, evaporating into nothingness. I looked down approvingly, fluffing the skirts around my legs. I yearned for the kind of magic Varys had, productive and beneficial, so unlike the destructive and leeching charms with which I was burdened. But Varys always said that everyone had a purpose, even if it felt like a curse. He said he saw the potential for good in me, and if I helped him eliminate his adversaries, then maybe someday I would be good too. And I desperately wanted to be good. My own heritage was a mystery to me, but Varys insisted I'd be led down a dark and immoral path without him. Varys spoke again, and I folded my hands in front of me, prim and proper, the way he had raised me. I have another assignment for you. I frowned, trying and failing not to sound petulant. I just finished the last one. Can't I have a night off? I was exhausted. I had just fed, but Varys' last few targets had been more troublesome than usual, proving more resistant to my charms, and I had expended far more energy subduing them, rather violently, I admit, than I had been able to drain. He sighed, his face taut and tired. He often looked at me as if I were a tempestuous child and he was an exhausted parent doing his best to feign patience. Ari, he said, stretching out his arms. Dutiful as always, I walked towards him until my shoulders were under his hands, where they lay heavy and somber. What is it I always say? I deflated, slumping under Varys' hands. Evil never rests. Exactly, and neither must we. He gave my shoulders a light squeeze before stepping backwards, any affection towards me immediately dissipating. Perhaps parent was too strong of a word for Varys. Now, your next target. I lingered in the town square, pacing in small circles to stay alert. The night was warm, yet I shivered from the perpetual cold that clung to me. Fatigue was beginning to swallow me whole. Desperate for even a drop of energy, I threw a dazzling smile to a man walking by with his wife. As his eyes locked onto mine, I utilized my simplest but most effective technique. I tipped my face downwards, feigning shyness, then flicked only my eyes up, looking at him through fluttering eyelashes. The man stopped in his tracks and stared, slack-jawed. A sudden burst of static, crackling and alive, jolted through my veins, and I shuddered with the force of his energy. The brief heat of its pulsing through me. The man stumbled as if instantaneously inebriated, and his wife, casting a withering glare in my direction, dragged him away by the arm. I inhaled a deep, shaky breath, my muscles relaxing as I absorbed his energy as my own. I felt only marginally more awake, but it would have to be enough. In my peripherals, a shimmering aura appeared, the glimmer Varys used to mark each target. The faint light hung about the figure as they hurried past, tall, slim, and garbed in all black. Beneath a heavy hood, I saw the sharp but dainty angles of a woman's face, deepened by the shadows of the receding light, making her look hollow and almost ghostly. I straightened and set after her, matching her pace until she disappeared into a nondescript sagging building. A gaggle of children clad in threadbare tunics and dresses, tiny faces smudged with dirt, swarmed into the doorway around the woman, and I sidestepped in behind them. The woman hurried towards the back of the room, producing from behind her cloak an armful of leaves, which she cast into a steaming cauldron. I watched in growing horror as the woman began moving her hands, slow and fluid, unlike Varys's sharp, choppy spells. Was this sorcerer concocting a potion to poison these helpless, unsuspecting orphans? Or turn them into mindless zombies to do her horrible building? Gods, I had to stop her. I forced myself to move, lurching forward, dodging tiny bodies, all but shoving them out of the way, resisting the urge to scream, "Run, get out of here!" I had learned to anticipate humans' actions, and few things surprised me anymore. I expected the sorcerer to fight, once she realized death was imminent. I expected her to throw defensive spells until I could get close enough to touch her, and once I did, she'd fall under my thrall until I drained every ounce of life energy from her. I expected at least the acrid tang of a potion to burn the inside of my nostrils. But none of those things happened. There were no caustic fumes. Instead, the scent of a hearty, meaty stew filled my nose. The sorcerer didn't even register my approach. She was directing a silent orchestra with her hands, the soup stirring itself, bowls hovering and filling around her, spoons dropping gracefully into each one before the next child in line grabbed it out of the air. I was so stunned I could only stand there, mouth hanging open, silent and stupid, until the woman finally looked up. Her face was small and round, the features angular but pretty, with a pointed nose and sharp cheekbones. "Oh, hello," she chirped, beaming at me with shining eyes of polished jasper. "Have you come to volunteer? You're right on time. If you could pick up dirty bowls and bring them to the back to be washed and make sure everything is behaving. They get so riled up and it's difficult to— Sevie, don't pull her hair." She conjured a handkerchief and deftly wiped the snot from the nose of a tiny urchin clinging to her leg. I squinted at her, just to be sure. But yes, surrounding her was a faint, wavering shine of magic. I continued to stand there immobile from shock until she offered me an encouraging smile, and suddenly I felt I was under her thrall. I began moving about the room as instructed, picking up bowls, shushing bickering children, wiping up messes from the tabletops with an already grimy rag. Something had unsettled me, something I couldn't place. I never understood how Varys had selected his victims, but I had long ago learned not to voice my dissent. Any time I had tried before, he would snap, "The wicked thoughts of your kind cloud your judgment. Leave the thinking to me." Tangled in the mire of my own thoughts, I jumped when I felt a gentle touch on my shoulder. The room had cleared, a stampede of feet receding up the staircase behind us. The woman handed me a cup of tea, or I hoped it was tea and not an eternal sleeping draught, and inclined her head towards the door. I followed her outside, where she emitted a huff as she dropped onto the stoop. I sat beside her. "Thank you for your help today. I rely so much on volunteers. It's difficult doing all this on my own." She took a sip of her tea, and I hazarded a sniff at mine. Mint, perhaps? "How did you hear about the orphanage?" I hadn't, if I was being honest. I said the only other thing I could think of. I was an orphan. Saying that out loud made me realize I had never told anyone, because there was no one to tell. Varys was the only person I had. She smiled at me, though her dark brows knit together and storm clouds gathered in her eyes. Me too. Turning towards me, though the angle was awkward, she extended a hand. "I'm Mira." The moment stretched, and my gaze dropped from her face to her hand. I could do it now. I could take her hand in mine, grip it tightly, pull her into an embrace she couldn't escape. I could be done with it in less than a minute, return home, and sleep for 2 days straight. Gods, I was tired. "Ori," I said, placing my hand in hers, and that was all. I shook her hand as if I were a normal human. I did not drain even a tiny bit of her soul. Every fiber of my being, every instinct I possessed, every teaching from Varys told me to drain her energy, steal her life away from her, replenish my own energy using hers. The tragic thing about succubuses and incubuses and all the other eternally damned creatures of the world is that we are cursed, soulless, devoid of all emotions that would otherwise make us human. Or so Varys had told me. For I had never met another succubus. And yet, I always wondered why I had never felt as empty as Varys said I should. Why, if my heart was so cold and barren, did I feel something spark inside me, weak, yet beginning to burn? I wish I could have said that I was too exhausted to drain Mira, but that wasn't true. I decided not to drain her, made a conscious decision I couldn't explain. I pulled my hand from hers abruptly. I had begun to shake from both the blatant act of disobedience I was committing and the sheer exhaustion consuming me. "I don't understand. You're a powerful sorcerer, and yet you waste your magic playing nanny to children?" "Waste?" she frowned, casting a sideways look in my direction. "Taking care of these children. It's the most noble thing I could do with my magic. It's the right thing to do." I still didn't understand. The woman was good. She was kind, generous, selfless. So why was she Varys's enemy? What good would come to the world if this woman who cared for orphans was eliminated? I squeezed my eyes shut as my thoughts careened wildly. Mira was a powerful sorcerer, same as Varys. Mira used her powers to help orphan children in need. Varys used his powers to track other sorcerers who used their magic for nefarious reasons. Sorcerers like Mira, but Mira helped children. I know how to heal this world, trust me. And I had trusted Varys because he told me to, and I always obeyed him. My head spun. Everyone I had killed for Varys, mages, sorcerers, witches, had they been evil? Had they done anything to deserve death at the touch of a succubus? Or were they actually good, as I now knew Mira to be? If all these victims had actually been good, what did that make Varys? What did that make me? Mira seemed to sense the distress roiling about me. Her fingers dropped lightly onto my arm. If you need somewhere to stay tonight, there are extra beds upstairs. I could always use more help around here. She gave my wrist a gentle squeeze, stood, and retreated into the orphanage. I stared into the murky evening, shivering despite the lingering heat of the day. The oppressive cold within me, ever present, seemed to clutch tighter around my heart. Could I stay here? Varys would find me. He was powerful, and I wouldn't be able to hide for long. But maybe, by the time he found me, I would have a plan, an idea of who I was, who I could be. And maybe Mira could be the person to help. I stood and followed Mira into the warmth.
Wow, succubuses and magic and warmth. Oh my. What?
I love it.
Story. I was not expecting that.
It was so
twist
good.
after a twist.
I know. What so what were your guys' initial thoughts? What really stood out to you guys? I feel like there's so many there's so many parts of it for me.
I feel like the questioning one's reality. And, here's somebody who was an orphan themselves and had been lied to their whole life by their mentor father figure. And then they have this amazing character arc going, well, maybe the world isn't this big, evil, scary place. There's actually good magic in the world. And even the character even said in the beginning they felt there was goodness in them, but they were waiting for it. And their mentor Paris was like, I'll show it to you eventually, blah blah blah. And then here she's possibly got a new mentor figure in the really good witch, so I just loved all of that.
I know we got the good witch, bad witch vibe almost. I love that there was a
Definitely.
succubus in it, by the way. I always think that's such a fun type to play around with.
Not one you see often either. So when I also, that stood out to me a lot when I read it, because I was like, ooh, this is fun. I don't get to see a lot of literature, I feel like, lately at least, with it.
And the way that they used her power, I enjoyed that because a lot of times they don't describe I like to see when they describe the power of something like that, because that is different depending on the author.
Yeah, the power dynamic was stunning in this, and the way that I think the main character goes from hitman to maybe guardian, so completely different use of power. But they still have to feed. So I'm like, I'm like, okay, give me the next chapter, because now I need to know like how they're gonna. Is she gonna go on this big journey of self discovery? Is she gonna get revenge on Varys? And having experienced kindness and love, how is she gonna be able to nurture herself energy wise by
I
sucking
got
life?
arcane vibes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Couldn't
how is
help
she
it.
gonna do it without hurting people? I'm fascinated.
Yeah, Megan, I'm curious, like reading it out aloud after I'm sure you probably like read it previously. How did it feel for you? Was there anything like new you experienced now kind of going through the story?
I think, I was just impressed by the imagery. I mean, same as I was the first time I read it, to be honest. The descriptions are just so vivid, but also just how, into the character's mindset is always, experiencing this arc you get. I can feel her distress, I could, it was really neat to read it aloud. And, yes, I did practice as well, but each time I read it, I'm just so impressed by that, because you do just feel those emotions so strongly. Also did an amazing job with that.
The pacing is so tight. It's just ding, ding,
Yeah.
ding, ding. I think that's what I was so impressed by that. And then instantly, in a few words, you have a sense of who the character speaking is and where they are, what they're doing. It's so immersive and rich.
Man, yeah, and I felt like the back and forth between the two of them was so powerful. So by the time we get to that ending moment, I felt like it was really well deserved. It was really really well earned. And I could definitely tell how much time the writer spent into this, crafting both these characters and kind of giving us this like conflict. It almost felt like a back and forth.
Really did.
Yeah.
I need more. Yeah.
Well, definitely awesome. I think that was such a great story, and especially going through each of our semifinalist stories, I think that one was such a fun one to be able to wrap up with. We threw the voting down in the chat, so anybody who wants to vote, please go vote now. Let us know what part of that story really stood out to you. And I was like, I feel like that really challenged the good and evil inside of me. And I'm like, ooh, interesting. I don't even know. I'm like, I don't know which one I'd vote for. So I think that was definitely really cool.
I'm with Mama Maggie. I think it needs to be a comic or a manga at this point.
Ooh.
Oh, that'd be fun.
That's actually kind of what I would actually totally agree with that. It almost had that like larger than life feeling in a sense, and I could totally picture it as a manga, an anime. I could definitely get that from those characters.
I was definitely getting some gothic vibes for sure.
Mhm.
And that cover art, it's with the red mark on the lady's head, like totally is how I was envisioning it. How Varys's magical glimmer showed up on someone's
Mhm.
when I saw that cover, I
Yeah.
was like, oh, spot on. Nice. Love it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Man, well, I think that was definitely really, really awesome. Megan, I just want to say, like, thank you so much for joining us in this discussion. Thank you for doing this live reading.
Yeah,
And
thanks for inviting me.
yeah, thank you for being a part of the community. I think this was a great, great, great story. And you're awesome. I appreciate you.
Thank you guys. It was so fun to read it. And good luck to all our semifinalists. Yeah.
Yeah.
For Megan, for anybody who doesn't know about you or wants to go find out like more about you or more with what you've got going on, you want to share it with the community?
Sure, yeah. You can find me at my website, authormirene.com, or same Instagram handle. Also, at a writer's survival guide for my podcast, How to Survive Until You're Published. We're kind of taking a new route with that soon, but most of my updates are on my website or on Instagram, so that's definitely the best place to find me and news about my books.
And I mean, your new book definitely has a dragon, so
It does, yeah.
Awesome. Well, Megan, it's been awesome. Thank you for joining us today.
Oh,
And
thanks.
I'll let you get going because I think we're going to try to call on Mr. Crow.
Sounds good. See ya.
All right. Wow. I was like, I think I'm kind of in disbelief. It feels a little surreal because we're about to go into the finals.
No more stories to hear.
I know. You guys got to read them. I didn't get to read them, so I've been enjoying as
Oh,
they
that's
get
true.
told. It's just like really cool.
That was
I
a
know,
good solid one to end on too.
I know we've been able to kind of enjoy like the live experience and being able to hear the
Right?
story. Since I hadn't have read all of them previously either, so being able to kind of hear some of these ones fresh, I'm like, that is so cool. That's so cool. JL, for you, do you feel like you kind of got to experience a different side of some of these stories?
Oh, absolutely. Just the same
Mhm.
as yesterday, hearing them read aloud. And you know what really adds to it is that voice inflection. Because, again, in your head voice, you're going to maybe focus on different sounds and how your head is going to read it. But when someone else is reading it, it's like, oh, that voice inflection really added to the moment, the passion, what the character's feeling. And we had a couple of really dramatic readings today, too, that got really into it. It was really fun.
Yeah. I love the readers. The readers have been so focused and they
Mhm.
were able to practice and get really good with not only just, the technical stuff like pronunciation and stuff, but also the emotion. The emotion brought out so much for me. I mean, like I said, like there was some last time that made me kind of tear up. Today twice have made me tear up. So, yeah.
Yeah, they were intense. There was a couple really intense one that really hit the feel buttons. All the buttons of feels.
All the buttons of feels.
But yeah, really cool, and loving hearing the names said out loud as well, because we did have a pronunciation guide, I think, in the second go around, and so it was fun because like the first time I read the stories, I was like, I think I'm saying it right, and then when I got the pronunciation guides, I'm like, got it, and I just loved how everybody was respecting the material and really making sure they had everything just right and spot on. It was just beautiful.
I completely agree. And I think we definitely also had a really great question here, by the way, from Mama Maggie. You said, are we going to be able to read all the submissions that didn't make the top 12 on Discord? Absolutely. So we are, I'll probably be setting up that Discord channel either tonight or tomorrow. So that way any of our writers who submitted to the competition but didn't make it to the semifinals have had time, and they'll have a little time if they want to resubmit their stories and upload it to the Discord channel. And then as a special thanks for submitting, because guys, we all know that just because some of the writers didn't make it, that doesn't minimize the work that they did or the how incredible the stories were, because a lot of the competition was really, really close. So as a special thanks for submitting, we're actually going to be doing some highlighting some of the stories that didn't make it during in the weeks to come. I'll be reading some of them live on some of our Monday update streams to share with the community. So that way we can really honor the work of other writers here, right? Because it's all a process. And then for those of you guys who are enjoying the 12 semifinalist stories over the past 2 days, we'll actually be relaunching them later this summer in the Faded Fantasy Anthology, which is so exciting. So we're going to be taking them through another round of editing and revisions with the authors, and we'll be republishing that officially as the anthology later this summer. So definitely make sure to stick around the community, and we'll get to see more of all the stories. Great question. Now, let's see. So without further ado, so I think now that we have all of our stories, now that we've gone through all 12 of the semifinalist stories, I'm kind of excited to share the finalists, but I think I want to try to see if I can coax Mr. Crow out of the sky once more. I think we have a couple more shinies to give out. Like, I see you looking up. So guys, help me call Mr. Crow. Type in Mr. Crow into the chat, and let's see if we can coax Mr. Crow out of the skies, out of the aether, to come help us offer up some shinies to the last of our semi-finalists. All right, and definitely help us out with that. So type in Mr. Crow into the chat, and let's see if we can summon Mr. Crow. Let's see if that is going to happen. So I am just trying to call Mr. Crow. We'll see whether Mr. Crow's willing to take a break from the craziness of his existence and be able to come join us one final time. All right, and I think we have it. So without further ado, I was like, let me make sure. All right, so I think I've got Mr. Crow here. So without further ado, let me pull up and see if we've got Mr. Crow back in the stage. All right, Mr. Crow, are you with me? Mr. Crow.
I have arrived.
Yes, Mr. Crow, I was
only because I wanted to be here, not because y'all requested it.
Only because you wanted to be here. I completely understand that, Mr. Crow. I would not have said otherwise. We are but peasants in in the scheme of your life. If only I could have as many tails as you do, Mr. Crow.
I don't think you would look good in feathers.
You don't think I would look good in feathers? Well, I might actually have to agree with you on that one. I don't know if I would look good in feathers either. Oh, man. Mr. Crow, have you ever read and heard some stories as awesome as some of the ones that the semifinalists have submitted for this competition?
No.
Oh, yes. I was like, okay. I was like, wow. I was like, wow. So, wow. So, I know we definitely had quite a complexity, quite a variety of stories that really showed up, and quite some exciting ones that were brought to the competition. So, I hope, Mr. Crow, that you were able to find, and are you able to share just a couple more of your shinies with us?
I shall.
All right. And I know for you here in the live stream chat, thank you for voting, because you have helped us to vote on the next round of our semifinalists, who are going to be awarded with some special recognition. So, Mr. Crow, I will let you do the honors as I pull up our first one for Grimoire's Vow. And let me see if I got it.
Grimoire's Vow. A story that reminds you to look at all your options.
I absolutely love that. Absolutely. I feel like with Grimoire's Vow, there was so much going on with the grimoire and with the characters as they were reading all of like the enchantments and the spells, and how that led them to the only moment that they were able to arrive at the very end. So that was definitely such a great oh, that was so good. And I could tell that the writers here in the live stream community voted on stories that reminds you to look at all your options. Mr. Crow, thank you for sharing. Thank you for offering up one of your shinies. I hope you still have some left, so that way you haven't given all of them out.
I may have two.
You may have two. All right. So let me pull up our next one, and without further ado, Mr. Crow, let you do the honors.
This one was definitely voted by mortals for the divine move story that melted my heart.
I think this was definitely one that melted my heart as well. It was so intense and so fast paced. Mr. Crow, I have to ask, have you ever been involved in any games like what they experienced in this one?
Is it still a game if you always win?
You know what, Mr. Crow? That's a good point. If you're always win, is it because you're the one winning, or do they let you win because they don't want to
Never let me win. I am too clever for them.
You're too clever for them. All right. Well, Mr. Crow, I think that is definitely a really, really good good call. I totally believe you. And I feel like I don't think I could ever challenge you to a game. I feel like I would definitely lose. All right. And let's see. I think, if you're willing, Mr. Crow, I think we have one more shiny to give out to.
But no more.
But
Just
no more.
one left.
One left. Okay. So we have one last one for our next finalist. Let me see, pull it up here. All right. And we have for the last one, Mr. Crow, you can do the honors.
For Out of Touch, story that made me reevaluate definitions of good and evil. Just ask me and I'll tell you what is good and evil.
That is definitely a really, really great one. I feel like listening to this, what was going on between the succubus and the master and all of the elements was definitely challenging my perception of good and evil, especially in this story. And I loved how that was really challenged. Have you ever had to deal with evil yourself, Mr. Crow?
I was going to say that evil man reminded me of the djinn.
It reminded you of the djinn. That's right, Mr. Crow. You shared that the djinn, you have what, it was just a problems with a couple djinns, right? Or was it just a single djinn?
All of them.
All of them. And what happened to all of the djinn?
They got their judgment passed.
They got their judgment passed. Oh man. Well, I guess I'm not too surprised by that. I guess I am definitely not too surprised.
They weren't laughing for sure.
Did they what was there a reason, Mr. Crow? Did you go to war with the djinn?
I never had to. I just had to execute the justice.
You had to execute the justice. Oh my goodness. I don't think I even want to know what that justice entailed, but I appreciate you, Mr. Crow, that you were willing to come and join us for this competition.
Don't tell anyone, but
Don't-
I
don't t-
believe I enjoyed it too.
Aw, Mr. Crow. Are you a softie?
No.
No, okay. All right, just kidding. Well, Mr. Crow, it has been an absolute honor and a privilege to be able to have you joining us. Thank you for giving up some of your shinies. I hope that you have many more that you can hold on to.
I have many more. And for more history, I may be able to part with them in the future.
Oh, no. Okay. You'll be able to part with hopefully some of them in the future. All right. So that is good to know. I guess we will, well, hopefully we'll be able to have you back. All right.
Just tell me ahead of time. I have a very busy schedule.
You're really busy. And what is it? What is it that you are so busy with, Mr. Crow?
I had
Okay.
to yawn.
Oh, oh man, I definitely thought I was in trouble here. So I guess, Mr. Crow, I'm going to let you get going. Thank you again. Patrol the skies, and hopefully you can help protect us here in the WriteNow community when the
As
skies come
always,
falling.
I will sleep with one eye open.
All right, Mr. Crow. Well, thank you again so much for joining us, and I'll let you get going. Mr. Crow, I'll offer sacrifices to you always.
I tip my beak to all of you.
All right, my friends, and let's give it up a warm round of applause for Mr. Crow. Definitely a warm round of applause for Mr. Crow. All right. And let me think. So I think we're ready. How's everyone doing? I mean, the competition's over, right? I mean, there's nothing. I mean, it's over. All right, guys, let's go home. It's done, right? You guys don't want to know anything else, right? All right. Well, Mr. Crow was absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely. So give us just a few minutes, and we're actually going to be hopping into the final, the finals, the final face off of the competition. We are so excited to be able to bring and talk about the finals. Now, before we bring on our live judges, so for those of you guys who've been with us throughout the competition, we had so many writers submit to the Faded Fantasy competition. Now, of all the writers who submitted, they went through a blind judge format. All of those writers were narrowed down on the basis of story, genre, readability, and theme, which was really about the prompt. So that was a blind judge format. So the judges didn't know who the authors were and vice versa. That was narrowed down through that point system to the top 12 semifinalists that you have seen in the competition. Once that was narrowed down to the top 12 semifinalists, they were given the judges' feedback and were challenged to have to revise their stories based on the judges' feedback. Now, after that second round, we took those scores and calculated them, adding them to their first round to give us that next score, which helped us determine the 4 finalists of the Freaky Friday competition. So without further ado, I am going to announce the the Faded Fantasy finalists. And without further ado, as determined by the storytelling, by their revision skills, and then our 4 finalists are about to go through another round of grading as you go through a live discussion with brand new guest judges, because it's time for the Finalist Showdown. And let me please let's see. So I will first announce the finalists, and then we'll bring our live judges onto the stage. So I know the moment you have all been waiting for. Which of our stories made it to the finals? All right, guys, let me get this all queued up here because I know you guys are super excited. So drum roll, please. Let me now officially announce the 4 finalists of the Faded Fantasy Flash Fiction competition. I am proud to announce that the 4 finalists who made it to the finals of the competition was The Divine Move, The Legacy, Out of Touch, and Echo After Silence. So we have brought 2 of our fantasy stories and 2 of our romantasy stories to the finals. And now we are going to be putting them to the test. We are going to be putting them to the test with one more live discussion for each of these stories with brand new guest judges. So without further ado, let me introduce each of our new guest judges. So we have 3 here for you. All right, and I got this all queued up, and we're going to dive into each of these stories with a brief discussion and a final grade that's going to help us determine who the top 2 winners of the Faded Fantasy Flash Fiction competition are. All right, and starting with Amelia Elliott. Amelia Elliott's day job is a trial lawyer, entrepreneur, and nonfiction author on topics of law, business, and politics. Amelia is disabled with chronic illness, which led to her novelist career. One of her favorite things about writing novels is exploring her characters' human flaws, growth, and triumph over adversity. I use novels to explore serious topics without making it obvious, because to be enjoyable and understandable, novels need to be entertaining. Sort of like sneaking vegetables into meals. And then our second judge, Ben Pick is an avid runner and application security analyst who thrives on writing character-focused stories in his spare time. He also posts weekly videos on YouTube about the writing process on his channel, Running to Write, where he compares writing to the struggles of running. He loves getting lost in worlds, from the books and games he enjoys to the stories he creates. When not writing, running, or gaming, he cleans up the world, one 5-gallon bucket at a time. If I'm not reading, running, or gaming, check my pulse. And to round out our third judge, we have Nicole Ford Thomas, a writer since she was old enough to hold a crayon. Nicole spends a large portion of her day communicating with the voices in her head. When she's not writing, she's likely engaging in some other creative outlet, such as gardening, cooking, painting, or screaming into the void. She lives at Quill Cottage with her husband and many other ferocious beasts. Don't underestimate the power of your first sentence. So please help me give a warm round of applause to our final guest judges.
Oh,
Welcome. I am so glad to have you guys here. So I'm curious, before we get into this, what have you guys thought of all the stories so far?
They've been good. They were really good. I haven't read fantasy in a while, and it was a nice change of pace.
Mm-hmm. I definitely feel like we've been on such a journey throughout this competition in getting all these stories and going through such an experience with the writers, with the voting, with all the different formats of this. And I just want to say, I really appreciate each of you taking time out of your crazy busy schedules to come help us determine the winners of this competition.
yeah. Sorry, go on.
It's been a lot of fun. I've had a
Mhm.
really good time doing this. As the maven of the AuthorTube anthologies, short stories is kind of my thing. So to be here, to be able to read these stories, some of which being from people who have contributed to the anthologies, is so exciting to get to see just how creative of a group we are, and the amazing things that we come up with through our own talent, but then also the support we give each other. It's been amazing.
I completely agree. So it's been definitely a lot of fun. And I know you guys not only had the stories, so you were able to review them yourselves, and then also have been listening in throughout the competition. So I know our writers are so excited. And I just want to say I am honored to be able to help have you guys help us in crowning the top 2 winners of the competition. So here's how this is going to work. We are going to provide a brief 10-minute discussion as we talk through each of our 4 stories, each of our 4 finalists. At the end of each discussion, I will ask you for what is your final grade, your single grade, based on the grading rubric that we've provided. So that way we can then add that score behind the scenes to the first 2 rounds of scoring to each of these finalist stories. Those scores are going to help us determine the top 2 winners, which we will announce at the end of our discussions. Are you guys ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. We've had some great stories, some great conversations, and I'm really curious to hear what each of you guys thought on some of these stories. So let's hop into, let me pull this up. So let's start with, make sure I got this right. Let's go Echo After Silence. So we'll start with Echo After Silence first as one of our first romance categories, and making sure that I got this correct. All right, perfect. I knew it was somewhere. All right. So for those of you who did not know, so Echo After Silence, this was the story where we had our 2 characters with the love and the relationship and the world building and the words from earlier today. So I would love to hear, what did you guys think of Echo After Silence? What were your guys' thoughts when you guys first read it? You first listened to it. What stood out? What whether it was the characters, the beats, the world, the romance, or something else altogether? And Nicole, I'll throw it over to you first.
Okay. So if there is one thing that I really look for in a short story that's very important to me, because you have so few words and you've got to make such an impact in such a small amount of time, I love the feeling of coming out of a short story still thinking. Like if I come out of it and I still feel like I have to think about that because that really gave me something amazing to like chew on in my brain. That's always a great feeling coming out of a short story. I have to say though, this story specifically, as I came away from it, it left me feeling a little confused and wanting more. It almost felt to me more like the middle chapter of a book as opposed to one cohesive short story. I didn't understand who are the bonded, who are the highborn, what are they gathering for, what are they doing, what is the stuff like that. There was a lot of description that made the setting extremely rich, which shows that this author has the skill to be able to do that. I would have liked to have seen it a little bit more in world building as opposed to like to balance it out a little bit more with the world building and the plot building. You know what I'm saying? But the one thing that I really felt for me was lacking was the character arc. I couldn't feel that I had a good standing with where the main character began and where the main character ended. And I couldn't see them as being a transformation because a thing happened. I know that a thing happened, but I didn't have good footing on where it began and where it ended. So in that regard, that was the main thing that I found myself missing in this story. Otherwise, it was beautifully told. I mean, clearly, because I know highborn and things like that, we're dealing with fae. You know, we're dealing with that kind of thing. But if somebody were to come at this not having that background, they're not going to know. And so it's like there's a way to weave that in together that I would have really loved to seen with this story. But otherwise, the descriptions were so rich and beautiful with the explanation of flowers and there are flowers here and this fabric and that color and stuff. Beautifully done. I would have just liked to have seen a little bit more on the plot itself to get from point A to point B.
That totally makes sense. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. And Amelia, I'll pass it over to you.
Well, I agree with quite a bit of that criticism, actually. I just want to preface this by saying I write romance mostly as a novelist.
Okay.
And I think that writing short stories is really, really difficult in the romance setting because you want to have an emotional connection with your characters. You want to know what the stakes are, what the emotional journey is. And it's really hard to do that in a small amount of space. I tend to write really long novels, so I can really like explore things. So all of my criticism is like with this grain of salt of like, I know that what you're doing is hard and I'm not even sure I could do better. And I've written a bunch of books. Okay, so this story, I quite liked it. I really liked the theme of the echo and that feeling of, misconnection or, I think a lot of us have had that experience where there was just like somebody in our past that we had this like really strong attraction or connection with that didn't quite come together. And there was a nice juxtaposition against that and the marriage and him being in a relationship with somebody that seems very comfortable and very like affectionate, but yet he's still like in a world he doesn't want to be in. It needed more just development. I left at the end not sure what he chose to do or what happened exactly. Like I got like that haunting feeling of the echo, but then I was like, but now what does he do with it? Where is he going from here? And I didn't really understand what it meant by the clothes that were laid out on the and I think I was just missing some connection there. The fantasy elements, I actually marked it down a little bit because I thought it didn't really have much of a fantasy other than there was some reference to the highborn and to the bonded, and those were words that triggered to me like that were like in a fantasy realm, like a fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
We've got this monarchy and there's something happening here, but I
Mm-hmm.
didn't know what any of it was. So it didn't feel really well grounded in that part of the genre. But overall, like I could really see like the seeds of something that would have been really good, I think, with just some fleshing out.
You know what's really interesting is I hear a lot of the elements that really resonated with both of you guys, but it sounds like some of the elements that didn't were a huge factor of it feeling like it was part of a bigger story. So it feels like there were things that were missing because it's like, okay, well, I want to know more, as compared to a flash fiction, which is a standalone.
Right. That's exactly right.
Even a short story, aside from a flash fiction, which is such a limited amount of words, even a short story still has to encapsulate point A to point B. You still have to have that character arc. And that's what makes it an art in itself, so different from writing a novel, because you don't have these words. And that's where it takes practice and skill to figure out how to get that arc perfected. And it's difficult. It's not an easy thing to do. Like, it's anybody who thinks that short stories are just like the easy way of writing a novel, have another thing coming, because it's not like that. But it's absolutely like this. That's the one thing I do have to say. This story felt amazingly like a chapter out of a really great novel that I would love to read. It's just that element. As far as a short story, I found it a little lacking. As far as a novel, this is a great chapter. This is fantastic. I hope the author decides to keep going with this, because there's something great here.
And Ben, so what about you? What were your thoughts on this story? What'd you like? What didn't you like? And how did you feel?
Yeah, sure. So I agree and disagree with both of the judges on a couple of the points, and I'll get into them. But first of all, my original thoughts were that this was a very compelling, character-driven story. And the first time I read it, I actually kind of misinterpreted what was going on. So I thought that Tamo really loved Rossin, and that it seemed like they were happy. Like, I when they read it today, I understood that was more of a friendship and that they felt more duty to be there and to go through with the marriage. But when I first read through it, I thought that they genuinely loved which, because there wasn't enough because I didn't really understand who Tama was, that felt odd to me, and it sort of took me out of the story. But having listened to it again today and understanding that it was more friendship and duty bound that sent him to follow through with the marriage in the first place, I'm more on the side of Tamo to likely leave the wedding and to sort of follow through with his heart, and that makes him a much more interesting character. Now, as far as the short story is concerned, I mean, I'm fine with they're not necessarily explaining everything that goes on in the story between the highborn and the bonded and whatnot, but I do agree that there wasn't enough fantasy here, so they could have used that as an opportunity to sort of enhance the story in that way and sort of show us some magic present, because you're right, there are fantasy elements present, but there aren't it didn't really come through enough to show us within the story.
Yeah, so something that we had learned really early on in the competition was we actually had both romance and fantasy stories submitted. And what we learned with a lot of the romance stories, because this one was submitted as a romance originally, what we learned was that a lot of the romance elements didn't work as true romance. And not just this one. We were told by literally every single submission that we saw. So then what we ended up doing was we ended up adjusting these into that romantasy category. So I'm actually really curious. Do you guys feel that, because I know we've talked about it in the live stream, do you guys feel that there were any romance-based elements from your experience that worked in the story in regards to their relationship or the dynamic between the two? Or do you feel like it was missing, there were things that were missing in that regard?
No, that absolutely bet the mark. I mean, that was what drove the entire story. So you have this sliding door scenario where somebody had a love in the past and now they're getting married and they need to make the decision. Like, that tension is what really drew me into the story.
Yeah, I agree with that. It was strong in the romance genre. It was just didn't quite get there with the world building for fantasy, which is hard to do in that short period, short space anyway.
It's interesting. And I don't know what that right balance is because I don't write romantasy. I'm like fantasy all the way, but then we have a lot of romance. So I'm not sure what the right balance is for magic and romance.
One of the things that I think is really a powerful possibility in this story is the fact that the Rosin is his name. I didn't write it down. I'm sorry. That it is a little ambiguous, like Ben said. It's kind of hard to tell right away unless you have someone reading it to you with that chosen infliction. It's a little ambiguous to tell exactly where this character stands with Tomo. So that would be another element that would be so amazing to explore within this story, given the space outside of the short story genre to be able to do that. It would be amazing to see that romance if perhaps, Rosin actually is in love with Tomo and maybe there's like something there that it falls with the Romani guy who is leaving. Like perhaps all of these, there's so much possibility, and that's what's amazing is the amount of possibility in this story. I feel like it's just not a story that's suited for the short story genre. There's just too much amazingness to be contained in those few words to just have this be like that, because there's so much possibility. And I'm so excited. I saw in the chat that
it is being turned into a novel.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
As a romance reader and author, I am very interested in sort of like the juxtaposition of different types of relationships, and there's that tension of the types of love and what's mature love. We see a lot of in romance, a lot of like that passionate love, but does that really translate into healthy long-term relationships? And that's something I actually explore as an author. And so to me, when I read it the first time, I was sort of seeing that. Maybe that's my own lens, but I didn't see it necessarily as just a friendship, but also friendship is important in a relationship too, by the way. You can't just be passionate.
Awesome. Well, absolutely. Thank you guys for sharing that feedback. I think that's awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up the story card, and then you guys can share your score on how you scored for this story. So I'm going to pull it up. You guys can pull up your final scores, and we will see what we have. So each of these scores are going to be added together to give our finalists their grade for the story. So without further ado, let's get this going. And all right. And what are your guys' scores? What do we have? So perfect. 42 and
42.
All right.
I've got a 65.
All right.
I got a 76.
All right. So let me get that to my team. So 42, 65, 76. All right, perfect. So I got that to my team. We're going to be calculating that and adding that to the score. So let me pull up our next story, and we're going to be hopping into the Divine Move. So we'll be hopping into the Divine Move, which was our second romance or romantasy submission for the competition. All right, and let me get that. Perfect. So we got the Divine Move. And all right. So this game about, what was it? About, it said, a woman defies the fate for the sake of the one she loves. This was quite a crazy game. And I feel like the world building for this was interesting. I feel like I want to play the game now. But you guys have heard from me. What were each of your guys' thoughts? And Amelia, I'll let you kick it off this time.
Okay, so I will say I really wanted to like this more than I ended up liking it, and that was because the metaphor is beautiful, the setting is beautiful, though I didn't get enough of the characters. I didn't get enough of what was motivating Ching. She says that that the Empress has to forfeit her life, and she didn't want that for Ewan as her her friend. But I didn't see enough of that, emotion there. So, and why her friend would forgive her and write her letters at the end. Like, there was a lot here, I think, that could have been explored that felt a little bit hollow to me. So I think it just needs more development. It's a story that could be really, really good with some fleshing out of the characters, a little more of the showing of the detail of how they're feeling, their emotional reactions, their expressions, things like that. So it's a little less telling and a little more showing of the detail. Because this is actually really a quite dramatic thing. Like this is like best friends.
This story was really dramatic.
And you're talking about being the successor empress, which I'm not sure why this is the root of succession, but I take it with a grain of salt. But but why there's this tension here and why they disagree with her friend becoming the next empress? Like why is she so concerned that she thwarts her in this way? I really like the sort of the chance aspect of the game. That was very interesting. So I think this is a seed of something that could be really brilliant with a little more fleshing out and maybe a little longer format. It doesn't have to be a novel, but I think maybe twice the length.
Interesting. So it kind of feels like, once again, it feels like there's more story to tell. Like this was one chapter of a bigger work.
Yes. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Love it. Ben, what about you? What'd you think?
Yeah, sure. I think a lot was contained within these pages. And I liked and appreciated that it didn't necessarily hold our hands to explain the rules, the lands, the magical creatures themselves. We have a Qilin that just shows up and then it's, oh, this is heavenly, and now we are destined to have the favor of heaven, and that leads them to ultimately try to take the throne. And I really appreciate that. I mean, it's a short story. We don't need everything. Just tell us the immediate details that we need to know. And so this was a wonderfully emotional pull between old friends, and I was invested in their story, in how they were mentally battling each other, how they were using their weaknesses that they know, that we can kind of infer that they know about each other. I am curious about why ruling takes the life force of the Empress, but again, I don't need to know that in this 10 pages. And I was just impressed with how well this was written and demonstrated the theme of change, fighting destiny, and how a single piece of the game can have so much meaning to both of the characters.
I absolutely love that. And Nicole, what were your thoughts?
Okay, so I absolutely agree with the things that Ben said. He's got a great point, and Amelia as well. This would have, again, much better been suited for a longer form story if there were longer constraints to be able to tell it more. For one, as I said in my bio, my intro, your first sentence is your most important thing when it comes to a short story. You cannot discredit how important your first story is. Your first sentence is, and I felt that this story had a really great first sentence because it's Dickinson. It's very Dickens. It's very Jacob Marley was dead to begin with. Of course, that leaves you going, what? Who now? What had happened? So I loved that, and I really loved the aspect of the addition of the Eastern culture, which happened. It didn't like break it down for the American or the Western culture mindset to where we understood this is just like it followed truly how Eastern culture did things in its past and its history, and I loved that aspect. I loved that this story did such a stellar job of show not tell. That it was fantastic. It was very rich in the storytelling, and it was beautifully written from a technical standpoint. It did a fantastic job. The author did an amazing job with that. The one thing that I have to be like, about is that I really felt like it was lacking on the fantasy standpoint. I would have loved to have seen more fantasy with this, knowing that this is exactly how history was in Eastern cultures, and knowing that Go is a game that actually exists, and these different things, knowing those things, it's almost like it felt more like a historical retelling than a fantasy retelling. I would have loved to have seen more fantasy elements brought into it. But aside from that, this was such a beautifully written story with such a very talented author who's got it nailed down. How you structure a sentence for impact, how you format things to evoke that emotion from your reader. It was absolutely fantastic in those regards.
So I'm curious. So same question I posed for the previous story. How did you guys feel about the romance parts of it? Because I felt like this one, the relationship between the two of them, or like that almost that rivalry was really interesting to me. How do you guys feel about it?
I mean, I wouldn't have characterized this as a romance. It's definitely it's a relationship based story. Although I would say, arguably, most stories, if not all stories, are
Yeah, I
relationship.
mean, I guess more like as a friendship, more as like a bitter rivals,
Yeah.
like friendship, not like a romance, so to speak.
They say they're best friends a
Mhm.
couple of times, so I think
Mhm.
that there's love there. But that to
Mhm.
me was where the emotional connection I was missing it, and I think
Mhm.
I saw all the technical skill of a good
Mhm.
writer here, and I just was like, I just needed a little bit more on the tension and the emotions that these people are feeling, and
Mhm.
why they're in conflict, and how
Mhm.
that conflict is born out of their love for one another.
Mhm.
I think that would have just clinched it for me. So it just wasn't quite. It didn't quite explore the relationship to the full effect that I think was available to the author.
And I really appreciated that dramatic irony because we
Mhm.
know and Jing knows that taking the throne will take her life. And so she's willing to sacrifice herself to save her friend, and her friend will never find out, or at least as far as the
Mhm.
story is concerned, the friend never finds out. So you have this ruined relationship, and one friend knows everything and the other friend doesn't. So it feels like that is, I mean, it works for the story, and it's just you feel for both characters because one
Mhm.
is saving the other's life, and then the other one would act differently if they knew that that's what was happening. So she can never know.
I absolutely love that. So, everyone, thank you for sharing your thoughts. Absolutely. So, one more time, we are just digging into the divine move, and we're now going to get each of your scores. That's going to help us determine the top two winners of the Faded Fantasy competition. So, let's reveal the scores. What were you guys' number for each of you? And I'll go perfect. 67 from Nicole. And
67.
all right. And let's see, Ben, what do we got?
85 for me.
85. And Amelia, what do we got?
60.
85 and 60. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So I'm getting that calculated back behind the scenes with my team. And once again, congratulations, writers, for making it this far. You've definitely beaten out a lot of other writers, and it has been quite a journey. So we're going to be going on to the next two stories of the competition, hopping into, let me pull this up with the legacy. We got that, and let me make sure I got this pulled up. So we're going to be hopping into the legacy next. Here we go. So we got the legacy. This was the story about the herba virtuitus. For those of you who had joined us yesterday, about performing the ritual and the rites with this deadly creature, or maybe lack thereof. So this time I will kick it off over to you, Ben, for you to start the conversation.
Sure.
What do you think about this one?
I absolutely love the magic system that was involved. I love the creepiness of crawling inside of a plant as the means of power transfer. And I didn't pick up on the fact that the plant itself was plaguing the country. And I mean, there was enough there within the short period that you could kind of make that assumption. And I thought that was really cool. That was a nice surprise, which also makes sense within the world. I like as though it seems as though Jane has given up her pyromancy at the end of it. You know, the sacrifice, the burdens to free the entire country from this magical monster. That's all really, really worked for me. I do think that the transition from one narrator to the next was a little bit jostling. So it was saying how the plan itself was saying how this person that was brought in to do the transfer wasn't right, and so I thought that it would revert back to the starting narrator and then kill off the orphan who was getting the power transferred in, and then it turns out that that person survived and then killed the original host like was intended. So I was a little.
Awesome. And Nicole, I'll pass it over to you.
Okay, yeah, I agree with what Ben said regarding the two narrators being a little bit jarring. To have so much be from the first narrator's point of view, and then to have it just suddenly kind of just change was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. But at the same time, like, I stopped reading this and I was like, well, what would I as a writer do differently in this situation? And I realized, like, I don't know what I would do differently. I don't know how I would write this story differently. So it almost seems like while I felt the same thing that Ben did, it was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You know, I don't know how I would do that differently either. So kudos to the author for taking a jump with that and taking a chance. It did have that jarring aspect that took me out of the story, but it was still like, I don't like, this makes me think. And so that was exciting for me. Along those, that idea, the other things that I have is that I feel like the story could be timeless. The fact that it was set in the 1800s, I feel like doesn't need to be in there. The way that people talk at the beginning changes from the way that they talk at the end. And I mean, I guess that'll happen when you're getting eaten by a plant. You know, yeah, hey, benefit of the doubt, you know, but in that regard, I think that words could have been saved, space could have been saved on trying to pigeonhole it to a time frame and trying to make the dialogue fit a time frame, because none of that was pertinent to the story. But that's one of the things that's awesome about the short story element, is that you don't have to have those things. Like the readers of short stories don't need to have that detail of every little, like, what color was the lampshade and things like that. So along those same lines, like the clothing that was described, there was no need to describe the clothing. Like, to just say that something caught somebody's sleeve, there was a scuff on a boot, that's enough. We as short story readers can fill in the rest. I missed one. I really found myself wanting to know more about the Praxis, because I thought they were very interesting, and I felt like that was an element of the story that could have been explored to give this that really big punch in the background, to make the big reveal at the end that much more powerful. If we actually understood more thoroughly why the Praxis were such a problem, aside from gosh darn those Praxis, you know. And then the other thing I would say is there's a little bit, I will die on this hill, that your first sentence is so super important. And the first sentence of this is Jane talking about Mrs. Ludwig and her concern for Mrs. Ludwig. And then Mrs. Ludwig, from that moment, becomes Chekhov's gun in this entire story, because she's never mentioned again. We don't know who she is or what she does or why she's important in any regard. That could have been totally abandoned entirely for a sentence that would have drawn the reader in a way that would have wrapped us in the story, as opposed to just caught our attention a little bit. Because after you go a little bit, you realize there's no Mrs. Ludwig. Where did Mrs. Ludwig? Did she get eaten by the plant? Did a Praxis carry her away? Where did this woman go? We don't know. And so the one thing from a technical standpoint is I feel that there's a lot of Chekhov's gun in guns, plural, Chekhov's gun rack in this story that could have been avoided to fill out other areas of the story and still keep the same word level, to keep it that short story, and to have enriched other places instead of this place. So that's another skill of a good storyteller in the short story genre, is to be able to know, where do I spend my words and where do I cut back. And in that regard, cutting back on those details such as clothing and Mrs. Ludwig and things like that would have better been spent on the Praxis and the elements that were more dire to the story.
And Nicole, just for any of our viewers who are hopping in and might not be familiar with certain terminology, what is that Chekhov's gun?
Chekhov's gun. So if I understand it right, it comes from Star Trek. That there's an episode where a character named Chekhov has this gun, and it's a big deal. He's like, I've got my gun, and he makes this big deal about it. But at the end of the episode, everything would be solved by the fact that there's Chekhov's gun, except it's disappeared entirely. Nobody knows where Chekhov's gun has gone. It just off into the sunset. Chekhov's gun, a triple took it and took off. We don't know. So it's an element where you introduce something in the story that seems like it could be important. And so short story readers especially, we're looking for that symbolism. We're looking for those elements that latch on to something like, this could be important. So when you give a name to a character, that name has to mean something. Otherwise, get the character out of there, because you're wasting our time, you're wasting our brain power. Give me something that doesn't distract me from where we're trying to go. Help me get where we're trying to go. So in that regard, that's where these became kind of red herrings in another way. Not that they're mysteries, but it's just another thing that if you think of words in short stories like currency, and you have such a limited budget in a short story, where are you going to spend your words? And in that regard, it's better spent towards furthering these bigger elements like the praxis in this example, then trying to set the stage, if that makes sense. We're kind of prepared for the stage to, we're as short story readers, we're prepared to be dropped off in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly. Yep.
Like we need to know where we're going. We don't need to know where we are, if that makes sense. So that's why, in that regard, Chekhov's gun, because it doesn't pay off at the end. It never is brought back up.
Absolutely. And thank you so much for sharing that. And I'll pass it over to you, Amelia. What were your thoughts?
So I thought, first of all, I thought this was a good complete short story where I didn't need to have more story, or that I thought this was part of a larger novel. So right off the bat, that was a really strong element of it. I also found the point of view shift to be jarring, and I have two suggestions of how the author might deal with that. One is that what's her name, Ilara, she lives, so perhaps she just keeps it in her same point of view. But actually, the magic has transferred from Ilara to Jane. So with a couple of sentences, you can have so that it's almost like you've got not just the two characters, but you also have the character of the plant that has its own semi-consciousness embedded in these two people, and so you can keep the cohesion that way. So that would be one thing I would play with. I think at the beginning, some of the 1800s dialect was a little distracting. Also, I might edit that out. I would also put in more information about the praxis, because the plant is evil, right? And we know the plant is evil by the end, but I had some questions of like, why are they keeping the plant all these years? The plant is so evil, right? So I was kind of curious about that. But I thought it had strong fantasy elements. I thought it was lots of action, well described. It kept my interest, and I was like glad that they blew up the plant at the end, or burnt it down, or whatever it was. Burned it down, I think. So no, I enjoyed it, and I thought it was a strong contained story that just needs some tweaks.
Awesome. All right. Well, I definitely love each of your thoughts on it, and I absolutely agree. I think it's always interesting now that I've kind of been in two separate discussions, hearing one side of a conversation and then other thoughts, because you guys are all absolutely right in terms of story elements that could be there, story elements that might not be there. And I think the challenge is in the moment where like it all feels important. Do you guys have any tips or advice that you've seen from your own journey for writers who are like trying to figure out like what do I include when I got 1,500 words? Like what do I get rid of? What's important? I know I have my answer, but I'd love to hear from you guys, especially because we have such a vibrant community of writers wanting to really grow their craft.
Well, I think the Chekhov's gun analogy is the perfect one. Like if you no word, no detail should be in there that doesn't have a direct significance to the plot. Even like you're describing the setting, or you're describing the flowers, or whatever, that has to have significance. Even if the scene setting has to have significance. And so when you go through and you're editing, you have to ask yourself every sentence, every clause, every word, how does this help me advance the narrative? And that's quite a hard thing to do, to edit that sharply, but after a while you get good at it. You just scratch out and scratch out and scratch out.
Mhm. That's right. Editing and writing goes hand in hand. Every time I ask writers, just in general, for some reason, editing is the one thing writers don't like.
I actually really like editing, but I might be
I know,
weird.
me too. I'm such a weirdo. I just think I'm such a weirdo. Awesome. Well, I really appreciate each of your guys' thoughts on this. Once again, I think this was definitely a really strong contender. Let me pull up the legacy. Let me pull up this cue card one more time. And now we're going to offer your scores. So let's get each of your scores for the legacy. And going, Amelia, this time starting with you. What was your score on it?
70.
All right, perfect for 70. And all right, Ben, what about you?
I give it an 85.
All right, perfect, 85. And Nicole?
Another 67.
Wonderful. 70, 85, and 67. And we'll see if that is strong enough to compete as we go into our final story discussion, which is Out of Touch. And let me pull this up with Out of Touch. All right, perfect. And that is there. There we go. So we got Out of Touch over here. So this is going to be our fourth story that we are going to hop into and discuss to see if it is strong enough, if it gets that score to be able to be one of the top 2 winners of the Faded Fantasy competition. All right, so succubuses and what like a strange mixture of life and death and quite an interesting journey. Which one of you guys want to go first? I'll leave it open up to the group.
I vote Ben. Ben, go first.
All right, Ben.
If I go first, I'm going to steal your thunder, though.
Please do.
Okay.
It's all yours.
So this, out of all the 4 of them, I feel had the strongest opening. We are immediately taken into some form of violent act, and we'll learn more about that later as the story goes on. But that first sentence drew me in, and it set the scene, it set the character mood, and then also asked several questions about the narrator and story. For me, though, that was like the peak. I never really got a feeling for how old the narrator was, because she had this just blind faith that she's supposed to be following Varys, and I didn't really understand how she would stalk her prey, take them out, and this is the nun is the first person that she's ever really taken the time to see as a good person. Like everybody else, it seems like she would kill them in a dark alley, or I have to just do some more legwork there to work around scenarios where she wouldn't study who she's about to kill first. And that being said, though, I did really like her interaction with the nun and how she goes from this assassin, as we mentioned, into kind of a guardian and paladin. And I think it's interesting. It's believable, that turn. I just don't understand how she's killed countless people beforehand, and then this is the first time where she's there. So that sort of drew me up. But I really like the character. I really like the setting is incredible, and I really like the intro.
All right, awesome. And let's see, Nicole, I guess I'll throw it over to you next.
Okay. So in this one, I felt that this one is, of the 4, this one had the strongest cohesion of storytelling from a technical standpoint. That, again, like Ben said, this one came right out of the gate swinging, and that is so important. You don't have any time to waste in a short story, and this story wasted no time. You get right into the action. You get right into people are moving, things are happening. From the moment, you are swept up and you are taken down the current, and that is skill. Obviously, the first sentence, as I am, prone to do, that is a strong first sentence that leaves you being like, now what? Hello? What happened? Who did what? Am I in trouble? Are you in trouble? Who's in trouble? So and that is the element. I would have loved to have seen a little bit more of the fantasy and action as opposed to alluded to or spoken about, to see more more fantasy to it, but it doesn't mean that there was lacking fantasy. Just I personally would have liked to have seen more of the fantasy element in the story. But as far as being a great writer, this author absolutely nailed it with the way that sentences were structured, with the way that emotions were played with, the way that the world was looked at and thought about through the eyes of the narrator. Absolutely fantastically written from a short story standpoint. This is it. This is it.
All right. And Amelia, I'll throw it over to you.
So again, I thought this was a strong, complete story in itself. I also felt that the opener was really strong. It just got right into, sorry, my cat just jumped on me. It got right into the action. But it did, introduce like her magic and the fact that she was a succubus and sucked energy out of somebody like in a really good way, because here she sees somebody on the street, man, she gives him sort of a coquettish look, and then she sucks his energy, and I was like, oh, okay, I kind of get what's going on here. Like, it was a really good way to like show the magical elements and the kind of characters that we were dealing with. I also felt like it set it up the conflict really well at the beginning. Like I got it very quickly where she says she wanted to be a good person, like more than anything she wanted to be good, and that just really struck me. And then I knew that was going to be the arc of this story, and also that Varys was maybe not the good person that she thought he was. He was like this father figure, but he was disgusted by her, but he was making her go out and kill, but he was disgusted by the evidence of what he was making her do, and he looked down on her. It was kind of derisive, and I thought so I got that sort of right away, and so I wasn't really taken aback by the arc at all. And I liked at the end that it still left me thinking about it. Like, what is she going to do? How is she going to change? Is she going to change? What was it? It was just like this one moment in time that she sees the behavior of somebody and starts to question and feels uncomfortable about questioning, and also all the things that come up with that, like, is Varys going to punish me, and how she feels like concerned about being disobedient. I thought that was really, really good. It had great fantasy elements. So yeah, overall, it just was a very strong story, and I really enjoyed it.
Awesome. I feel like it was definitely a really strong contender. Do you guys have any more final thoughts on this one that you want to talk through? All right, then let's throw it up for a grade. All right, and let's throw it up for a grade. So we're going to get the grade for Out of Touch. I think you guys took the words right out of my mouth and definitely have hashed it out why you did or did not like it. So let's get this final round of grades going for Out of Touch. And this time, Ben, I'll throw it down to you first.
Okay, I give it an 80.
80. And Amelia, what do you got?
Also an 80.
All right. And Nicole?
92.
80, wow. 80, and 92. All right. And let's get that. All right. And while we are calculating things behind the scenes, I want to pull back for a second as we look through and kind of think about the 4 semifinalist stories, or the 4 finalist stories as a whole. What do you guys think about the variety and just the stories in general?
So I'll start. Everything was really different, and I really enjoyed that you could have such a breadth of interpretation of this theme, and come up with such different types of stories, different cultural touchstones, different types of relationships. It was hard to judge in some ways because they're different, and so I really relied on the rubric because it was like all enjoyable in their own ways and all evoke different types of thought and emotion.
Yeah, I'd completely agree with that. I mean, I think it's difficult in a competition when it's a little more general, and each of the stories are completely different ones. We got a succubus, a plant, we got this like rivalry type of game going on, and then the relationship. And I think when you try to put the four of them against each other, 2 and 2. It's how do you decide which ones feel stronger narratively? And I think then when we have to ask ourselves, like, okay, well, does it feel stronger because it's like a short story? Does it feel stronger because there's extra pieces? I think then that's the question we have to ask ourselves. Ben, what about you? How are you feeling about them all?
Yeah, exactly what Amelia said, how the variety was so incredible. I mean, we have Eastern influenced storytelling along with rampant gardening issues, along with incubi, succubi. And then you have just ruling nations and just spurned love that you're trying to figure out where you want to go and whether you need to leave your life behind. I mean, there was such just wide variety in here that it was really difficult to judge these all. And yet the stories themselves stood alone. They were all interesting. They were all really well written. So I was sucked into the story for all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So congratulations to all the authors out there.
Yay. And Nicole, what do you think overall?
So my favorite thing about these stories, and I listened to the other ones as well. So I was lurking, listening to all of the stories, except I was not quite lurking earlier. I was very loud and obnoxious in the chat. But I loved how with all 12 of these stories, what you saw very clearly is that you have authors at different skill levels, which is fantastic because there are none of us, no matter how great we think we are, none of us are done growing. We always have somewhere to go. So of all the different skill levels, you saw that everybody has like a yearning for not the urn, although that was a great line, but you know, a yearning to get better and to do better at the craft. And that only stems from having writers who absolutely love storytelling. And that was the beautiful thing that we could see in all of these stories, is that this wasn't somebody who was just trying to make $5. This was somebody who loves the art of storytelling and who is going to take the critiques to heart and then take it and get better. And we're all going to benefit from the world having these stories out in them, because everybody's going to grow and get better. And then, you know, just like as always happens, you take the people who are like slightly farther behind you and you pull them up with you, and then you reach up for the hand of people who are ahead of you and you pull them up, and you just keep doing that as authors. And that's what's beautiful about this community, is that it's about striving and storytelling, and ultimately at the end of it all, it's all of us helping each other become better storytellers. And I love that it was so evident in every one of these stories. This was not just people who were trying to toss something out to get money on Fiverr or something like that. These people cared about these stories. They cared about their characters and the experience they went through. And that makes for such an amazing reading experience.
I completely agree. And I just have to say, I really appreciate each of you guys for showing up, sharing your thoughts. I'm sure each of you in your own journeys have probably been at times where you've had your stories critiqued, read by others, and maybe you got the feedback you wanted, maybe you didn't. We've all been there. I know, like, guys, I've had my stuff roasted so many times before, but I love that. I'm like, all right, give it to me. I want to be better. Sometimes we have newer writers come to the community and they're like, they don't know how to take feedback. So I just want to say that I appreciate all of your thoughts. I appreciate you showing up, and everyone who's here in the live stream community, whether you've showed up just for the readings, whether you've showed up just to listen, or maybe you were a competitor. Really, really great work. I think the fact that you submitted a story, that you chose to attempt to submit a story and go through the process really, really shows just how much growth you're going to be receiving as a writer. I feel like everything we do. And Nicole, Amelia, Ben, I really want to thank you guys. This discussion for each of the stories is really powerful. I can tell each of your experience and expertise from what you've shared from each story element. And I completely agree with you. I think there were some things that worked out really well, and there were definitely some opportunities. But I think the greatest thing is some of these writers, maybe they'll take the stories and do more. Maybe they'll move on to the next project and grow with it. But I think each of you have provided such a valuable piece of feedback for these writers that for them is going to last a lifetime. So I really want to say thank you so much. Your guys' help here has definitely made all the difference. And yeah, so I just want to say thank you guys all for helping me. I'm going to give y'all a round of applause for helping me show up. Now, I think they probably want to know who the winners are of the competition. So I'm going to invite back up to the stage our other co-hosts as we get ready to prepare for introducing the top 2 winners of the competition. So welcome back, JL, Rach, and Holly. Welcome back, everyone. Wow. I was like, let me make sure. There we go. It's like I kind of like that one more as I kind of play around with this. I was like, we'll drop this banner. All right. Wow. So I can't believe that we're here and that we've gone through such a journey to getting to the finals here. So everybody who's been, everybody who's submitted, so you know, essentially each of the stories that made it to our top 2 final spots had to go through the full 3 rounds. We've now taken each score from round 1, the original round 2, the revision round, and this round 3, our finals round. We've added them together to help determine the top 2 winners of the Fated Fantasy competition. Now, bear with me and let me get this here. So I have to get it ready on my end. Bear with me. Talk amongst yourselves. 1 second. And
I'm so excited. My horns are tingling.
Me too.
It's been a long journey. It's been a good journey. This has been such a pleasure to be a part of, and seeing everybody progressing through all the different levels. And now here we are, and I'm super excited. None of us know who the winners are, so we're like super excited.
I'm excited too.
It was cool to hear all of you.
So I sort of came in last minute. I didn't get to see the progression as much. And I'm impressed by the talent that was displayed in these stories. You know, it's like, as much as I critique, I know I read a lot of like indie writers, and there's a real breadth in what is good and what is not good that's being published out there today. And all of this stuff was better than a couple of books that I read over the weekend. So, you know, my critiques aside, everybody should be really proud of the work that they submitted. It was very artistic, beautiful, and a delight to read.
Yes, like Megan said, having to keep it under 2K, like, and I think like, and I was always just so impressed by the variety, how all of the stories were so different. And even though they were using the prompts, they put their spin on it and just made it their own.
I enjoyed all the different imaginations, all the different takes. Everybody had the same prompts, you know. So, but and look at the variety we got. I love the imagination process.
If there is one thing that I could say here, so just kind of plug, but it's not like plugging, but it's also kind of plugging. The AuthorTube anthologies that have happened the last 2, there's been the Bog Hag and the Beltane. We're gearing up to start up the next one, which is not limited to just AuthorTube this time around, but it's going to be Krampus themed. All of the writers who have been participating in this competition, you're all invited to please submit stories to the Krampus anthology, because I'm so excited to see what you guys come up with. There's such a great, fantastic element here of storytelling that I can't wait to see what else you guys can come up with.
That sounds so cool.
Awesome. And I actually think that's really, really awesome. So, Nicole, I know we got the anthology going on over on your end. Amelia, Ben, I would love to hear, is there anything you guys are doing with your communities as well that you guys want to share with our group of writers while I finish getting this ready?
Yeah, I'll go. I've been working on with a group of writers a series of sci-fi romances. We've got the first 2. I'm the editor, and then I'm one of the contributing authors. And we took an overarching mystery that we put in place, and then we all wrote separate novellas that sort of further that that mystery. So the first 2 books are published. It's called I Come in Peace. It is an alien romance if you guys are into that. And I'd love to get some new readers. It's really fun, a bit silly, but also been a great stretch for me to go from regular contemporary romance to sci-fi and the world building involved in that. And also in the shorter form of nobility.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that, Amelia. And then, Ben, what about you? Do you got anything going on fun with your community?
Not particularly. No, I mean I do regular YouTube channels. Like I said in the pre-show where I help out Shannon. I mean, you can find me on her channel. We usually post videos on the 1st and 15th of the month
Okay.
for self-publishing tips and tricks. So if you're an author out there, a writer out there who wants to get involved and understand, some ideas to help improve your craft, you can look there.
Well, I think that's definitely something everyone here could use. I think everybody here probably wants to get published. If they're not published already, I think we want to be involved in anthologies. We want writing help. We want to find ways to put our stories out there. So for anybody who's here in the stream or if you're watching on the replay, all of their links are down in the YouTube description. So that way you can find out everything if you want to be involved, if you love the feedback, or maybe you want to connect with somebody involved in our finals, involved in the competition, but we have it all here. Thank you guys all for joining me, and I think now I am officially ready. All right. Do we let's see, I was like, make sure I got it here so I don't fumble this, and I will adjust the screen so we can see it. All right, without further ado, I am proud to introduce the 2 winners of the Fated Fantasy Competition. So I am proud to announce that Out of Touch and Echo After Silence were the top 2 winners, the first winners of the Fated Fantasy Competition. This is our second competition put on by the WriteNow community, and the first competition, our first attempt at a romance and a fantasy competition. So it's definitely been such a journey. I know we've had so much help for everyone who has been involved, and it has been an awesome effort. Wow. I can't actually believe we're here already.
We made it!
Woohoo!
Yay! I love that it was both sort of a fantasy one and a romance one.
What was that?
I love that it was you had one fantasy and one romance.
It was interesting. I think we've had so many learning experiences from like things that worked out really well with this one and then some opportunities. And I think that's part of the growth, right? We keep fine-tuning the things that way we can deliver even better experiences. But real talk, this competition wouldn't have been possible without each of you guys. So I want to just extend a personal thank you to each of our judges for showing up. Nicole, Amelia, Ben, thank you for helping us out in this final round. And of course, our oracles. Because without you guys, we wouldn't have been able to do anything with this competition. So let's see. As I look towards the end. So I'm going to touch upon the anthology real quick. Judges, I'll let you get going as we hop into the outro of this. But thank you guys so much for joining us. It's been an absolutely incredible experience.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been really.
All right. And so there were 4. Wow. We got almost 30 stories submitted. We got 12 finalists, 12 semifinalists, 4 finalists, and 2 winners.
What a process. What a process.
I know. I can't believe that we actually made it to this point. And I could tell just from the entire community how much fun everyone had. Nell, you are amazing, my friend. I really appreciate you. Nell, huge shout out. Thank you for the super chat. You are very much appreciated. And like I tell with everyone in the community, all of the money that comes in through the YouTube channel is basically re-given to the YouTube channel for marketing. It's to give to the channel for marketing, and then eventually to be able to pay my volunteers. So hopefully for future events, that's my goal, to be a real do some real events that can also value time. So once again, I appreciate you guys. This has been such an incredible experience. Between all three of you, how are you guys feeling?
It's so surreal that it's over.
It's
But it can
accomplished.
continue with the community. So it's like kind of like this big thing, but it's just the beginning, kind of.
Yeah, I love that I'm not like going to be released into the void. I get to still go back to the WriteNow Discord and see things and now get a little more involved because I was trying to distance myself so I wasn't accidentally reading clues about the stories and stuff and who was writing what. So now I can go get back in and dig my little teeth in again. I'm excited.
I know. And I'm going to touch on the anthology, but I have to give a huge shout out. Courtney, you gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. That is so cool. Like, I really appreciate you. For anybody who's not familiar with what we do with the YouTube channel memberships, the base level, you get the icons and the emojis, and then you get the channel member live streams. Second level, you get our members only critique group. So like, if you need help and feedback on your story, the critique group's super awesome. We'll have the one coming up for June in just a few weeks. And then the third tier is basically a group coaching session. So it's basically you can come in, coaching session, maybe you need help with your story, maybe you want to talk through your career as a writer or your lack of consistency, whatever your heart desires. So Courtney, thank you so much. I feel like that's really going to help out some writers here in the community. Now, let's see, as we think through the anthology, guys, we're going to have the anthology. That will be the next part of the process. I know I'm looking forward to reading all of the stories more in depth, both the ones that didn't make it to the semifinals and the ones that did. So we'll be touching upon the anthology next week. And some of it we'll be sharing more of the details and what that goes into. We might see some of our other oracles involved in the process. So we'll see as we share more details about what that revision process will look like for the anthology, what the cover is going to look like for the anthology.
Ooh.
Much more. So we're going to have some fun stuff queued up for you guys later in the summer. So that way we can really make sure we give the anthology the time and attention that it deserves. So definitely and then the non-semifinalists I'll be putting up a spot for you on the Discord. So that way you can submit your stories and we'll share them in the streams in the weeks to come. So that way your writing still gets a spotlight. And wow. Like that's I think that's a wrap, my friends.
Oh boy. Champagne. Champagne for everybody.
From all the from all the writing to the formatting, the planning, the judging, the revising, and all the advertising and all the things in between. This has been quite an experience. And I'm like, all right, clearly in future events, we got to all have the champagne ready at the end of the stream at the same time.
Yes, next year.
Or just a little shot bottle of something, just to make it special.
Well, I really appreciate you guys. JL, Holly, Rach, and of course our other oracles who helped us out and made this experience memorable. I just want to say biggest thank you, heartfelt thank you. This wouldn't have been possible by myself. And you guys helped shape and create an extremely memorable experience for every single writer involved and everybody who's been checking out the streams. And everybody who's going to watch the replays in perpetuity.
Over and over.
That sounds ominous, honestly.
It's okay. Then you can go back and check it out a year from now, and you're like, oh, so that's what I said.
I do that.
Well, it's great about having it recorded is you can, if as a writer, go back and rehear the critiques and things that you got. so you can
Exactly.
refresh your mind and keep yourself all frosty.
Mm. Well, once again, thank you all for joining us. We'll be queuing this up and wrapping up with a little thank you for everyone who made this competition a reality. But I just want to say, I'm Kaufman, and these guys are
JL.
Rach.
Holly.
and we'll catch you the next time we see you. Thank you so much for stopping by.